Hello.
On my phone playing. Hey everybody. Hold on 1 minute, y'all.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Oh boy. The text messages I received be funny. But pipe down, ma'am. It's a it's she got you confused with somebody else. Pipe down. It ain't nothing. That's what drugs will do to you.
I'm back, y'all. Let me put the echo cancellation on.
Hey, sweet berry.
I'm gonna drop the commentary in just a minute, y'all. Oh Lord, I get so irritated sometimes. Let me see. Mmm.
Could be this tablet I'm on. Hold on.
What you
It ain't nothing
no?
open.
Huh?
I was saying, let me make sure I ain't hearing nothing open and tabs closed and things. It could be the tablet I'm on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these tablets are true. I ain't gonna lie.
It's cold as hell outside. I went
Isn't
outside
it?
after the light. Yeah, I didn't know I had to put on my coat.
Okay, when you just boasting about pretty weather.
Yes, and booty shorts and stuff just yesterday. It's cold today. It rained last night, and so it's chilly. It's jacket weather.
I get out with my people. Listen, y'all need to start DMing me and emailing me and texting me before I go on live. Cause you really throw me off when I go on live and y'all be sending me stuff. I ain't gonna lie. But listen, so happy what's today? Hump day. Hump day. Happy oh, I was supposed to do something else. Hold on. Shout out to all the beautiful women.
Oh
Shout out to all the
gosh.
beautiful sippers. Okay.
That's why today been going amok because of the women. They've been cutting up today
Well, it's
on
not
this
really a month for
International
me.
Women's Day.
Well, nah. And y'all know I ain't supposed to be playing music on this channel, but you know, every now and again it's gonna be a throw off. It is. All right, because I can't get away from it. It is what it is. So shout out to the beautiful women in the chat. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And happy Women's Day. Let's get into it. I need y'all to get into it right now. You know what? Just because I do, I'm gonna play the Shaka Khan version. Y'all, listen. Y'all with me? Trey might not like it, but I don't care. I don't care about Trey. I just love that song. I think it.
Just because y'all sexist over here.
Okay,
Y'all
well
want
you
me to
call it
sing
what you
James
want.
Brown, It's
Don't
a
nobody
Man's
force you.
World.
Don't nobody force you to come over here every day.
This is a man's world. Tune in.
No, you did. Oh my goodness, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna play the Shaka Khan version. I'm finna play the Shaka Khan version, y'all. I love that song, and I'm celebrating my beautiful sip of women today. Let's go, y'all. Come on. All right. Happy Women's Day to everybody. Thank y'all so much for joining me today on this Wednesday afternoon. I hope everybody's having a blessed, beautiful day. Trey complaining about the weather, of course.
Why
It's pretty.
must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? It's a dog
What
in
the hell
me.
is you? Y'all put a one in the chat that y'all think I need a new co-host. You know, we all miss Flex, and you know Flex is gonna always be here. She ain't going nowhere. But how many of y'all think we should replace Trey? I'm curious. Put a one in the chat for one and two for now.
I'm
You
looking
got
at the
it?
tattoo. I'm looking.
Oh, for me.
Fun, the first one. Look at you. She be the light skinned women for me.
Oh shit, not like it. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Oh, a lot of people like you, Trey. Trey, you got some. You gonna tell the people thank you?
That dang black Betty Boop just turned on me. She was just my friend 2 shows ago.
Well, you already know y'all got a love hate relationship. I don't know why you crying about it. My God. Jesus. Anybody want the link? Come on up. Let me shout out I Can't. Thank you, I Can't, who said happy International Women's Day. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Same to you. I appreciate that support. I am up. Okay, y'all know. I got an alarm set for everything, y'all.
Happy
Trey, a
Women's
lot of
Day
people
to
want you to stay, Trey.
thank y'all everybody. And happy Women's Day to all the women except for Fun Berry.
Oh, God, it's at 1.5. Damn. Now, what the hell? God is at 1.5, Trey. She don't know.
I take that she more leaning towards yes than no. I
Yeah,
take that she in the middle.
yeah.
Unlike
Goddess is always
Fun
like that.
Berry. Fun Berry
Goddess is
mind just made up.
Goddess is a complex being. She's very lovable, but she's complex. Okay, so I'm not surprised at her answer. Okay. Everybody like Trey. Oh wow. Okay, well, I guess you could stay Trey. And no, I don't want no damn ass shorts with my name across the ass, sir.
Well, we could put Betty Boop back there. It ain't gotta be your name.
Damn. Okay, y'all. So listen. So we're gonna be talking about, and I think I mentioned this to y'all yesterday. Hell no, drop the ninja. Ooh, Jesus said. Ooh, you see what Jesus said?
It's
I
always
thought Jesus
a
was
hater
your.
from Detroit. Detroit people always hating on Memphis niggas. It's just I don't know
But I
why. It's
thought
always
Jesus
been like
still
that.
liked you.
She the Detroit came out of.
Well, damn. Oh well. So I mentioned on yesterday, y'all, and listen. We're gonna get back to the Tim Norman stuff. That's not going away. I am gonna complete that because we started it, so I am gonna complete it. But I did want to dive into this. Just because it was made an issue about my thoughts and opinions on this case. Let me say this. So we're gonna get into the whole and I hope most of y'all know about this case. Maybe not, maybe yay. But I just want to touch on it real quick, okay? And be true, if you can't hit the link, if not, it's okay. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to kind of give a quick synopsis of the case, and then we're gonna get into it because first of all, let me say this. Memphis be on that bullshit. Uh-oh. No, they don't, Juicy. Mm. Y'all hit the like button,
How
please.
you know you done sampled one? See, that's the problem. Y'all don't like
Sure.
us.
The only Memphis man probably man she know is you, and you just put a nasty taste in the mouth. You put a bad taste in the mouth, Trey. It's your fault. Damn. Take responsibility and accountability.
Don't be mad at us Memphis niggas don't dress our country like them niggas up there in all them flashy suits and stuff.
Not country and suits and stuff. Trey, you throwing shots. Now when she come back at you, don't cry. That's all I'm gonna say. So let me say this off the top. Um, please, any commentary that I do on this case, and that's being the Maxwell Williamson and Carletha Foley case. Carletha Foley is the victim. Maxwell Williamson is the perpetrator. Okay. So I do want to state this from because this is really my first official live dedicated to this story. So I do want to make something clear off the rip. In doing this commentary and speaking on this case, that I am in no way coming for Miss Jackie Foley. Okay. And I think it's asinine for anybody other than my haters because they gonna say what they say about me regardless, and I can give two fucks. But it's asinine to think that I will be attacking Miss Jackie Foley in any way concerning the death of her child. I am a woman that lost a child 2 years ago to gun violence, okay? And I'm not a cold bitch. I'm not evil. And I haven't become so numb that I am not able to sympathize and empathize with a woman that's in my shoes. I say it all the time. I don't wish that pain. Who backstage? Oh, I didn't see you, the truth. I'm sorry. When I go to talking, I have some on my brain. I be wanting to get it off. I'm sorry. Hey, the true.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I may have to cut in and out. I'm at work, so I may have to cut in and out. But I'll tell you when I'm leaving and coming back.
Okay, great. I got you. I got you. So yeah, I wanna make that point off the rip. Now those who accept it, and those who don't. I really don't care. I am in no way doing this commentary coming off of a woman who I can absolutely resonate with and losing a child not only to gun violence, but just losing a child. Period. I don't wish that on anyone. I don't wish that on any woman, any father, any nobody. Okay. So I don't want anybody to think that me doing commentary on this story and stating my opinions on what is going on is in any way coming for her, because I don't. I have all the empathy and sympathy for this woman. I know what she's going through. I can absolutely pretty much quote verbatim what she's going through on a day to day basis because I go through it myself. So I just want to put that out there, off the rip. I don't have any issue with Miss Jackie Foley, period. Now, I do have an issue with Miss Philly Field, and that's period. And I'm gonna voice my reasons for the issues that I have with her. Has nothing to do with anything else that may have taken place. Well, as far as commentary with this woman, it's not personal. It's just being as though I am a mother that's in that position. I just know what I will be feeling or what I feel if I'm fed bullshit when it comes to my son's case. I don't want anybody playing with me. I don't want anybody lying to me. If you don't have my best interests at heart, I don't want you anywhere around me. If you're using my son's case for your benefit, for your own purposes, for your own ego, I don't want you around me. And so, yeah, that's sort of kind of, in a nutshell, my issue with Philly Phil. I think Philly Phil is ingenuous. I think she's full of crap. And I think she uses people's pains for her own purpose. I said it. That's my thoughts and opinions, and I'm sticking to it. And it ain't nobody on this YouTube gonna change my mind about it. Period. Now, with that being said, let's get a little synopsis as to what is going on with this case for those that don't know. All right. Now I'm gonna play the audio of a video, and I like this guy. Um, I like this guy. This channel. I'm gonna give y'all the name of it. If my mods was try to find his link for me. Oh, y'all, excuse me. I drink a lot of green tea, y'all, and I don't know why, but when I come on live, it be wanting to come back up. Let me go get I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. The truth. Verbally get him a synopsis, and I'm gonna play this video when I come back. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. So, 2021, a young woman was fatally shot in the head while sleeping in her bed. The young man next door to her says he was cleaning his gun when the gun accidentally went off and the bullet went through the wall, striking Miss Foley in the head while she slept. Uh, After her son finds her dead, they call police. Police come, they start questioning people, and they find him. And they question him, and basically, it comes to light that he did misfire his gun and he wasn't aware that he had hurt anybody. Uh, he says that he put a note on the door saying, "Sorry, my gun went off. I'll pay for all the damages to your apartment, the wall, etc." That's not an excuse for what he did. There's Liz. Hey, Liz. It's not an excuse for what he did. There's no excuse for what he did. As a gun owner,
Hey, Miss Liz, welcome.
yeah, as a gun owner, your responsibility is to ensure that you handle the gun properly and no one gets accidentally hurt by you mishandling your gun. That is a criminal offense. So that's what happened. They want to spin it as a hate crime. I don't see any inklings that this could be a hate crime in any form. So go ahead. I don't know what you're going to say about it. So I want to wait for you to really talk
Yeah,
before I say something.
yeah. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give the Google. Y'all know I trusted Google. Um, I'm gonna give out the Google definition of a hate crime. Okay, let me pull it up real fast, y'all. So according to Google, as a noun, hate crime is a crime, typically one involving violence, that is motivated by prejudice on the basis of ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or similar grounds. Okay, and I think most of us knew basically what a hate crime was. I just wanted to state that that's what a hate crime is. Okay, let's see who hit the link, y'all. Sweetberry. Oh, my Sweetberry. Hey, Sweetberry.
Hey y'all, how's everybody?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sweetberry. Truth, you can't hear?
No, I can't hear. Let me y'all talk.
I can drop down
No,
and
no,
see
no.
if it
I hear
works.
you. I hear you. I hear you.
Oh,
My
okay.
thing is it's a little delayed sometimes. I realized that after the last live. Okay, I hear you, sweet. Hey.
Hey
Trey, say
everybody.
hello.
Huh?
Trey, say hello.
Say hello to Sweetberry, Trey.
I'm not concerned about him right now, sir. And the truth, you skating on thin ice, so you be
Ooh.
quiet.
Well, my
What?
God.
Wow. Wow. You just don't know. You don't want anybody up here with truth hurts.
My goodness.
No, I just wanted to say from what I've heard on this case, in my opinion, it's just like simple neglect. I
Yes.
mean, it's just simple neglect. I don't think he meant any harm. I don't think he did it on purpose. He was just negligence. And
Negligent. That's the thing. Yes.
unfortunately, you have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Negligent, homicide, manslaughter, they're all the same. If
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
somehow what you did, even by accident, caused a death, and if
Yeah.
Fact.
what you did by accident could have not been prevented, then it would be considered an accident. But this was preventable.
Mm-hmm.
He should have never, he should have, first, he should have checked his weapon. And while you're cleaning it, I don't understand how you can't check your weapon while you're cleaning it. I've cleaned probably close to 2,000 guns in my life, and never once have I ever not pulled the slide back.
Yeah, so he neglected to check the chamber, correct?
Exactly. He is
Even though if
negligent.
you take the clip out, you have to check the chamber.
Exactly. And that's my I'm a big stance on never leaving a weapon with the round in the chamber. If that 1 second to chamber that round is going to cause you to die, you are going to die anyway.
Mm.
But when you walk around with a round in the chamber, stupid things happen.
Mm.
Like misfires. When your holster gets caught on something, that's a misfire. You end up shooting yourself or somebody else, because what people don't understand is bullets ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
Concrete barely swallows a weapon depending on the angle of the bullet. If the projectile is on a an angle, it will deflect and go somewhere else.
Mm.
That's why don't walk around with a bullet in your chamber.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, well, listen, this guy's name is, and if I got a monster ebooks, I see you. Thank you, sweetie. His name is the name of the channel is called Indisputable
Yeah,
with
Rashid.
Dr. Rashid Ritchie.
Yes, he covers a lot of good topics.
I absolutely love him. 17-year-old. Hold on, y'all. I absolutely love him. It's Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. If you can look that up for me, ebooks, and drop the link to his channel, I would greatly appreciate it. This is where this video is from.
Now remember, he did this video over a year ago.
Let's see, when did he do this video? Oh yeah, a year ago, October
Yes.
4th, 2021.
Exactly.
So let's listen to it. It's not that long, y'all. It's 6 minutes and 19 seconds, and I'm gonna try to play it in its entirety without stopping it, so y'all can get a synopsis of what's going on. Okay, here we go. Year-old finds his mother dead from a gunshot wound to the head while she slept. Let me give you the background to this. Young woman sleeping in her apartment. A neighbor, white male, cleaning his gun, according to him, accidentally shoots through the walls of his apartment and kills this mother, shoots her in the head while she sleeps. The 17-year-old son discovers the body of his mother, one of the saddest things we've seen in a long time. Police report Williams was cleaning the weapon. Let's put up a picture of both of them. Williams, the male, was cleaning the weapon inside of his Duluth apartment. This was in Georgia on Friday, September 25th, before midnight. Okay? Police said the bullet went through the wall and hit the mother in the head. That's the mother that you're seeing on the other side. Okay? Her name is Carletha Foley. We're going to remember Miss Foley. Foley's 17-year-old son later found his mother unresponsive in the bed and called for help. Now, I want you to imagine what's happening here. 17-year-old son, mom's asleep. She's not waking up. He goes in to check. She's dead. Gunshot wound to the head. Now, right now, they have arrested the individual at the middle of this, Maxwell Williamson. He has been arrested, and he is being held without bond. Now, remember, his story is he was cleaning his gun right at midnight, and this happened. There is no indication that Mr. Williamson attempted to figure out if his weapon harmed or killed anyone after it happened. The Gwinnett County Police said 36-year-old Carletha Foley was killed after her neighbor, Maxwell Williamson, 22, accidentally fired his gun. The mother and son moved from Texas. Think about this. They moved. Okay, this is where he goes into a little bit, and I'm stopping y'all. I may need to stop and say something so it doesn't just play for copyright purposes. But in fact, let me put my banner up. But he's going to go into a little background as to how Carletha ended up in Atlanta, who's originally from, I think, Texas. Okay, here we go. To Metro Atlanta 2 years ago from Houston, Texas, and was known as the life of the party. The brother of Miss Foley said, and I quote, "She was full of life and fun. She was always smiling. One thing about Carletha, she was a go-getter." She's now dead. Hundreds of people die in America every year because of accidental gunfire. Now, once again, this is his defense. If it is true that this was purely an accident, if it's true, still a tragedy, right? But we reported not too long ago, right here on Indisputable, of a kid who got hold of a gun and accidentally killed his own mother. Things like this are happening in America, and they have happened for decades in America. It just goes underreported because of our culture and fascination with guns.
Who in the hell is cleaning a gun at 12 midnight? Who does that? Why? This person is dead because of gun culture. Let's make that clear. You can talk about accident and mistake all you want to, but you cannot leave out the conversation of gun culture in the United States of America. And by the way, this country has more of these incidents than all other nations combined. Caroline, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I totally, couldn't have said it better myself. We've created a society where guns have control over like virtually every aspect of human life. Their relevancy in our communities is truly overwhelming. And when I first was reading this story, I thought, the emphasis was kind of on how do we, what's going on with responsible gun ownership in this country. That's, a right-wing talking point, is that we have to have the NRA and places where people can learn to be responsible gun owners. And I think to an extent, the NRA is completely politicized now, but I think a lot of people agree that having gun training and organizations that really teach gun safety is important. But you have to wonder if all of that you can even really defend anymore, because the fact of the matter is people are now allowed to basically get away with murder. And if they have this excuse of, oh, I was just cleaning it, it sounds like no really other questions are going to be asked. And yeah, you speaking about how he didn't go in to check if he had caused any harm or damage. It's, how do you not assume that something else was going on, that something more nefarious was happening? And so it totally blocks any conversation we can have about reasonable gun ownership when the people with these weapons aren't, not only are they not taking the necessary precautions, but they're also not exhibiting the humanity of checking on their mistakes. So it's hard for me to even believe now that this could have been, a total accident when the follow-up wasn't there. And, you have to ask, is the gun changing our culture that much that now it's like people don't even care. They don't
shoot your gun. You shot through your apartment. Somebody could be injured or hurt, or at least scared to death because a bullet just went flying through their home. He has been arrested for involuntary manslaughter and also criminal negligence, but we'll see exactly what happens with his case as it continues to move through the court system.
Now, with that being said, those charges that he stated, the involuntary manslaughter and the criminal negligence.
The Austin American Statesman has obtained.
I forget to take my damn autoplay off, but he has been charged, and he was indicted on those charges. I think he has posted bond or bail or whatever, and he's out awaiting a trial date. So yeah, that's the video. Thank you so much for dropping that link, ebooks. If y'all want to go and check that channel out, please do. It's a good channel. I love it. I'm subscribed. I watch a lot of cases that I'm gonna be covering are gonna be from that channel. So that's the synopsis of what's going on right now, as far as the case is concerned. Now, what I'm gonna get into next is a live, and I am gonna go to Philly Fields live that she did last night. Now, she may private this live. I don't know. I don't care. I didn't even take time out to try to screenshot it or anything. I'm just going to react to it. If she chooses to private it, that's cool. I'm good with that. We can just talk about it. But I do want to, since she did a reaction to what we spoke about or what The Truth spoke about on his panel, I want to react to what she had to say on her panel. Now, the whole issue I have with this, with what Philly Field is trying to do right now is the fact that I guess her and Miss Foley has had conversations, and some things have occurred, or she know about some things that may have occurred to where they think this was a hate crime. And that's the question for today's live. Like, I know y'all listened to what happened. We can all agree that he was negligent, and I think that by him, because see, my thing is this: if I was cleaning my gun and I accidentally fired my gun and it went through the wall, me myself, I would have went and knocked on the door. Like,
yeah, that's what I don't understand. True, you said that he went and took the time to put a note on the door.
And that actually happened the next morning as he was leaving out to go to work. I mean, he didn't do it immediately. He
Yeah,
did it.
he left
He did
out.
it the next morning.
I
See,
think he
yeah,
left
I
out
would have
around
knocked
3 or
on the
4.
door, and
Yeah,
had I
but
not got an answer, I would have called the police and said, look, I was cleaning my weapon, it discharged. I knocked on my neighbor's door, no one answered. Can you please send somebody to make sure everything is okay?
Yeah, because the fact of the matter is, had he knocked on the door after that happened, because we do know that once the bullet went through the wall, it did strike her in the head. Now, I would think, would have been unconscious, if not dead immediately. I don't know exactly where she was shot. But the thing about it is, if you had got up, went and knocked on that door, and at least the son had answered, because her 17-year-old son was in the apartment when it happened. He's the one that found her body the next morning.
no, he wasn't. He wasn't there. He came in later, I guess after 12, and he couldn't wake his mother. It was sometime
so
after
it wasn't
12.
the next morning?
Yeah, it was sometime that night he came home. I don't know whether it was
So if
1,
he
2
came home
o'clock.
that night, how was the guy saying he put a note on the door the next morning?
He left, but he left out of the house. But Maxwell left out of the house because he goes to, I guess, work early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he said he put the note on the door early in the morning. The police say they have the note. It was shown somewhere. I can't remember where I saw the note, but the police said they have the note. But the son found her when he came home. So it might have been the next. He made it came in early that morning, but I remember
because I'm
he wasn't.
confused because
Yeah, because the
this
timeline
guy
He
said the
wasn't
shooting
there.
happened. Yeah, because I'm confused because this guy says the shooting happened around midnight. I've heard before now that the note was placed on the door the next morning on his way out to go to work. And if the son came in the house in the middle of the night after the shooting happened, that means he would have found the note.
Well, the son didn't immediately call 911. He called the grandmother.
Oh, wow.
And then the grandmother got in touch with the police.
Oh, wow.
This
I
is
didn't
where
know
I'm
that.
confused. So when he left for work to put the note on the door, I'm assuming the police and the ambulance or whatever weren't there yet.
No. So I'm confused a little bit too. Did the son find the note? Did the son not find the note? Was he in the apartment when Maxwell put the note on the door? And because he didn't immediately call the police, I guess he was kind of, I don't know what to do. He was called the grandmother, and this and that. Maybe on his way out, he put the note on the door.
Wow.
But he states he put a note on the door saying that if there was, I'm sorry, my gun misfired. If there's any property, I'll fix the walls. I'll pay for whatever. Don't tell the management.
So you would think, unless he was just trying to cover his ass, as they say, by him putting the note on the door, even though and then we got to remember he's 22 years old. Let's just be clear, 22-year-old. I see sometime as a 12-year-old. I'm gonna just be honest, especially with my kids. I'm just saying. But let's just say with him putting the note on the door, taking responsibility for what happened, do you see him believing on his brain or in his mind that he had harmed anybody?
I mean, think about it. You shot through a wall. What is the chance, though it's slim, that it hit somebody?
And then too, you got to think about what if it didn't even go from, like, it didn't come out the other side of the wall.
Well, according to, and I'm listening to
insulation, sheetrock, all types of stuff could have caught it from going through.
Yeah,
You don't know that it actually went through.
Yeah, he doesn't know what damage happened on the other side. It could have went through and broke something. He's just, I'll pay for whatever. just don't tell the management.
Right.
You know, but again, he's 22 years old. He's not thinking that there's no possibility that hit anybody.
Right.
And it's a 1 in a million freak shot. Okay. And you got people over on Philly Phil's page, Money Boy saw this, making up whole scenarios that he planted cameras in the lady's house. And
give me a second, D-Truth. I'll read it. Give me a second.
Go ahead. Read
what?
This is what Maggie Ward said. This is sad. I don't know this guy, PP, talking about me, but we see what he is trying to do and say. There is something called cameras. He could have gone allegedly into her apartment when she was absent from her home, son, in school, picked her lock, went into her apartment, planted a camera in her bedroom, and one in his where he could see exactly where she was and how to shoot her straight in the head with one shot. They have spy cameras, all kinds of cameras. Allegedly, this kid did something to get her in one shot. We don't know his skill with the gun. He could have been professional shooter, or allegedly maybe someone who was professional shooter was in the apartment with him. That's what court is for. Justice for Carlito. I don't know the guy you talking to, PP. He sound allegedly like a racist. I hear him loud and clear. He isn't trying to hear you. I'm saying allegedly to all this statement. A closed mouth don't get fed. We don't know what happened, nor does he on that dreadful night. But they still, she don't know what happened. But now she didn't put a marksman in the place with him. He didn't pick locks. He didn't put cameras in her stuff. But
what my thing is this is what people don't get. Like, you feel strongly how you feel. So why is it wrong for us to feel strongly how we feel? It goes both ways.
Wait, now what people don't understand is Trey actually called in to the show where she was playing my video.
We gonna get to that. Yeah. We definitely gonna get to that.
Trey called in. So she made this statement about Trey, not my video, but what Trey was saying. And what Trey was saying was, tell me where the hate crime is. Tell me why it's a hate crime. And all PP could answer was, well, how you know it wasn't a hate crime? Well, I know the definition of a hate crime.
Mm-hmm.
A hate crime is a crime motivated by bias against a race, color, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability, meaning elderly, handicapped people. Now, I know that none of those things that you guys are saying fall within that guideline.
The only thing that probably would is the fact that he's white and she's black. That's it.
Okay, he's white, she's black. He shoots through a wall, and now they're putting cameras in her apartment. When this first came out, PP was like, he could have looked through her window. Because remember, they got mad at me because I put up the floor plans of the apartments.
They said he could have had a cup on the end, or like on the wall, listening to hear her breathe and stuff.
Well,
that's what cases like this, to me, honestly, you start making a mockery. That's why some of these cases that's been like in the news, and like the whole Offset case, not Offset, was it Offset? Offset. That case and the Shanquilla case, I can't get into those cases. See, I can't, because it be the scenarios, it be the bullshit stories that and the lies that start going around. It gets to be too much for me. Like, if I can't do that stuff. Like, I can't. It's the conspiracy theories and all that stuff, and it just makes it such a shit show. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And you're asking level-minded people, level-headed people, to buy into your scenario.
Right.
And then they wonder why people are like, okay, and they shut off. People shut off when they hear the bullshit. Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
You could make the greatest points in the world, but if it's cluttered with bullshit, they stop listening.
Mm-hmm.
If Jackie Foley had started with, I just want to know, when is the trial? I just want to know, when is my daughter going to get justice? Everything would have been fine, but you had to put hate crime in it.
And just like I said on Trey's Live, it's the fact that people forget. Well, let me just say this. There are investigators. There's the police. There's the district attorneys. There's people that investigate these cases, right? And if these people that investigated this case did not see this as a hate crime, did not charge him, in it being a hate crime, what do you know? What do you have as evidence that you apparently haven't presented to the cops? Because if you had presented some evidence to the cops and the investigators, and it was valid and it was true, then it looks like to me that's what he would be charged with. But since that's not the case, what do you know? What do you have to warrant it being a hate crime? I just don't like people playing on people's top. And I'm going to say this, and I think I said this last night. When people want to say that I'm coming from Miss Jackie Foley, that's absolutely not it. The thing about it is that I sympathize and empathize with this woman. And one thing you do not want when you're going through what she's going through is to be played with, lied to, or you know what I'm saying? You just don't want that. And the thing about it is, all I was saying was, if you feel it was a hate crime, I get it. Go to the police, talk to the investigators. But it's a lot to me, honestly, as far as this case is concerned, that's being put out on YouTube, talked about on YouTube, all these asinine ass, scenarios. And I think that when you do that, you kind of, like somebody said in the chat, you trivialize the case. You got a clear-cut case of a guy that was negligent. He killed this young woman, and it was so unnecessary, right? But then when you start adding all this extra stuff just to get to the attention of somebody that you want to make it blow up, I feel like that's a mistake and you shouldn't do it. Because you could have very well contacted this man, Ben Crump, right? And you could have said, listen, you could have stated the facts of the case and said, can you please pick my case up? You don't have to add that on to that. Because I feel like it was an afterthought. And I say it was an afterthought for the mere fact that in the text message, she and I'm gonna read the text message. She did a whole text message, and then she ended that text message and came back and said, "We believe it's a hate crime." I think that was put on there to get this guy's attention. But when you do that and then you publish it, because I don't think before now that anybody ever said it was a hate crime. I could have missed it.
No, Essie Berry said it in the beginning. And that's what people don't understand. The only reason I stuck my nose into this case was because the biggest scam artist on YouTube was involved in this case. I was just warning Jackie Foley that this woman is going to make a mockery of your case. She's going to put things out there that are ridiculous. She's going to make video after video. And pretty soon, people are just going to stop listening. And
I think that's what's happening. Because I thought it was pretty sad that when I put her case, her name, his name into YouTube, I saw a couple of videos about it, not long videos, anything like that. But the only thing I saw was this Philly Field commentary, which I guess is good. She's putting it out there. But it's a lot of fuckery coming with this whole Philly Field and the shit that she put out. I'm sorry. Philly Field don't know how to report on stuff and not put extra bullshit in it. And I'm going to say it. I don't give a fuck. Her doing commentary on stories come with a lot. She make ignorant statements. She allow ignorant statements to be made. This is why she's being sued. Let me read the text message that was sent. This text message was sent to she contacted Ben Crump's law firm. All right. So this is a text message from the law firm from a Victor Lopez. This is Victor Lopez from the Knowles law firm. How can I help you? Philip Field wrote back and said, "Hello, Mr. Lopez. I have a YouTube talk show. Hello, Mr. Lopez. I have a YouTube talk show." All right. That was most important to put in the text. All right. And a mother, Jackie Foley, reaches out, or she meant reached out to me for help in getting justice for her daughter who was killed in her sleep. Victim, Carlita Foley. It happened in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Maxwell Williamson has been arraigned, but no court date. Now, right there, I think, and this is just my opinion, because I do think Philip Field chooses her words very carefully. We all know about that with the court papers on trade, but I digress. I think right there she should have said he has been charged and indicted on involuntary manslaughter and criminal. I don't know if it's criminal. It's criminal something.
Criminal negligence.
Criminal negligence, right? That's what I feel like should have been placed there, but that's just me. But she said Maxwell Williamson has been arraigned, but no court date. Crime happened in 9/2021. End of text. Come right back with another text that says, "Sir, we believe it to be a hate crime." Now, who is we? Because it can't be the police. Because police ain't charged him with a hate crime. So who is we?
I guess she's speaking for herself and Jackie Foley.
I get it. Okay.
You know, and I've always said this. I said, look, I got no beef with Jackie Foley. You're a grieving mother. You can grieve for as long as you want. But when you start listening to these people, and it's been over a year, right? Almost going on over a year and a half. You don't have a lawyer yet?
Over 2 years. In September, it'll be 2 years.
2 years in September. But here's the thing, though. You don't have a lawyer yet. And I don't think it's from lack of trying. But again,
okay, that goes to what Miss Leah said. Let me interrupt you, D Truth, because Miss Leah said at D Truth, please explain to the people that Ben Crump is not touching anything he can't win. Rosie said, I feel she is exploiting this mother's pain.
And that's exactly what I said when I started this. When I first made that video that Trey was playing, that Philly Phil was playing, that's exactly what I was saying. They're going to exploit your pain. They're going to tell you things that they think you want to hear in order for them to continue to be able to make videos. This isn't about justice. It's about how many videos can I make. Okay? And Liz is right. Ben Crump isn't touching this. For number one, there's nobody to sue. Number two, it may get him a little airtime, but not enough for Ben Crump to be interested in. Go ahead.
I can't say it. I lived in Gwinnett a few years back. That's one of the least racist counties surrounding Atlanta. I don't recall many instances of hate crimes there. It was actually relatively safe. That's what I can't say it.
Well, see, but here's the thing, though. This isn't a random shooting. This isn't someone was shooting outside and it went through the wall. This is a neighbor accidentally shot his gun and it went through the wall. We're not talking about a drive-by. We're not talking about stray bullets. We're not talking about somebody in a car and a gun. We're talking about a neighbor shoots through the wall. Because there's 100,000 cases where guns accidentally go off or people are shooting at other people and bullets go through the wall and kill
Oh,
someone.
absolutely. I've read about some horrific. I mean,
Yes.
kids laying in the bed, sleep, shoot
Yes.
out outside, bullet come in the house.
Yes.
Dead.
Trust me, I've watched people sob for hours. I've watched people go on suicide watch because they shot and it went through a wall and it killed an innocent person. And they got to live with that. They didn't mean to do it. They didn't aim at that person. They had no ill will against that person.
Sometimes it's family members.
Exactly. I trust me. I've seen cases where 12-year-old children shoot their 8-year-old brother. Now that 12-year-old child has to go for the rest of his life knowing he killed his brother.
And that should be on the parents. I'm sorry. That should be on the parents. And I'm a parent.
I just saw a video where a 4-year-old child was standing outside his apartment waving a gun around, pointing it and going bang, 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 bang. Luckily, there was no round in the chamber because he was pulling the trigger.
Wow.
Because what happens sometime is people.
Hey, Room Shaker, good to see you.
You can actually shave off so that the trigger is easier to pull. They call it a hair trigger. And you only do this when you want to be able to shoot faster. But some people do it. But the thing is, it doesn't take that much pressure to pull that trigger. So a child could pull that trigger with no problem. If there's a bullet in the chamber, that gun is going off. And that child was outside for a good 2-3 minutes. There's a ring cam video of him waving the gun. And the lady goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he points it at the door and he goes, "Bang, bang, 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 bang." And then he runs back in the apartment.
Wow. Wow.
Then the police come because she calls him and says, "There's some freaking 4-year-old with a gun in his hand. And it looks like a real gun." So they come, they knock on the door, and he goes, "Do you have a gun in here?" He goes, "No, I don't have no gun." He goes, "Well, we got to report that your child, my child, I've been asleep all day. I'm sick, blah, blah, blah. Maybe he got outside, but we don't have a gun."
What?
So the police are leaving. And they get to the bottom of the stairs, and the woman goes, "Oh, hold up. You got to see this." And she pulls out her Ring video and goes, "Look." And the cops go, "Well, that does look like a gun." Okay. So they go back upstairs, knock on the door. The guy opens it. He goes, "Sir, are you sure you don't have a gun in here?" He goes, "No, I don't have a gun." He said, "Well, we saw a gun on the video and we're going to look around because we have probable cause to look around." They got probable cause because they saw it on the video. So now they saw the kid run back in the apartment. That's where the gun was last seen. Now they have probable cause to search the apartment. So they search the apartment, and all of a sudden, old man changes his tune. Well, my brother has a gun. Sometimes he leaves it over here. So they look everywhere. They can't find it because they're stupid. They turn to the kid and go, "Where's the gun?" And the kid walks over to this desk and moves something and pulls the gun out for the cops.
Oh God. That neighbor could have saved a life that day.
Yes, he wouldn't be able to put a round in the chamber, but the mere fact that he was able to get to that gun,
yes,
tells you. And he was charged with negligence, also, I guess, danger to a child,
endangering a child.
Yep.
Yeah,
he got charged with all those things.
Yeah, should be. Damn it. Listen. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna react to Philippa did a live on last night, and she was speaking. Actually, she was reacting to these truths live that he did, speaking about this same topic. All right. Yeah, she's reacting, and Trey actually called into the show, so we're gonna get into it if she doesn't private the video, y'all. So here we go.
Well, if she private the video, I still got my copy of the phone call.
Okay, great. Okay. Have to go to work tomorrow. Hello, Miss Lorraine. I do want to speak to everybody real quick. Josh, Miss Annie, and people, don't always have the same to this right here. Okay. So we're going to do a quick reaction to this right here, guys. Queen, everybody, how y'all doing? Y'all know we getting justice for Carlita over here. Carlita lost her life in 2021. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Get this video, this live in the algorithm. And even though, people throw shade, she's going to actually throw a little shade about saying, hit the cash out. This is a job. No, someone was cleaning, playing with a gun, whatever. It went through the wall. And see, that's another thing. That's another thing that I can't respect about what she brings. Now, I watch a lot. I ain't going to say a lot. I watch Veil. I watch Chronicle Speaks. I watch Lovely TV or whatever. I watch all these content creators that do commentary on these stories, and it be the wordplay for me for this woman. It be the wordplay. See, in essence, Philippa kind of lies when she do commentary on these stories, right? Because no, it's not playing with the gun. If that's not in a police report, then that's not what you say. You state the facts. And according to the police report, the guy was cleaning his gun, not playing with his gun or whatever. That's not the facts that was in the police report.
That's not sexy. That's not bringing views. That's not getting her people riled up by saying he was cleaning his gun, because then it says it was that's accidental.
Well, hell, she didn't have no views till I called in.
I'm just saying, she had 100 people in there, right? And every one of them was juicing her up. Calling me a racist, calling me an idiot, calling me stupid, calling me dumb. I don't know anything. I should shut my mouth. Those are all the comments that were going on in the live. Now, I didn't know this live until Flexi emailed me this morning and said, Phil is playing your shit. I was like,
that's my sis.
Okay, let me go look. So I started watching it, and I had a long drive this morning. I'm off on an assignment right now, so I had a long drive. So I listened to it, and I was like, "Damn, how many times is she gonna skate away from hate crime?" And Money Boy Trey, you saw that too, didn't you? That she was trying to skate away from the whole hate crime thing and try to say that, oh, well, he should have called somebody. That's what we're trying to say. No, you said
hate crime.
Hate crime.
I said that's the point of contention right here. I agree with everything you're saying.
Yes, and how many times? Even from the beginning, Trey, you even said it. I don't understand why they're mad. And Trey was saying, why are they mad at the clown? He's saying exactly what you're saying. He deserves to go to jail, not a life sentence. And you want to know how I know Jackie Foley watches me? Because she made a comment and said, I never asked for a life sentence. Oh, but someone did during the commentary. Someone said he needs to go away for life.
Wow.
I don't just make this shit up.
No, you pretty much don't, in my opinion. All right, let's get into it, y'all. Bedrooms were right next to each other. Walls are thin in the apartment complexes. They are. And you can hear what people are doing. You can hear what people are doing if they're... It's not necessarily true. That's not...
So what?
I'm not laughing at this. I'm laughing at the text I got. Thank you, Mad TV. Thank you, Mad TV. I appreciate you, bro.
So you're telling me because I can hear somebody on the other side of the wall.
But even with that, though, the truth, I've lived in apartments, right? According to the haters, I stay in one now. But I've stayed in apartments. And even though, yeah, you can hear certain activities in apartments and standing in apartments, but it's not like you can literally hear every move somebody makes. That's not true. That's not true. And all apartment complexes walls are not thin. That's why I could see all the apartments I've ever stayed in. It's been years ago, and they've been fairly. Oh, now I do know with new apartments, they just throw that shit up. Like new houses, new apartments, anything built to me, honestly, in the 2000s is just crap. Because the walls are paper thin, right? But I've stayed in older apartments, and I don't know how new this apartment complex was, but I've stayed in older apartments where the walls were thick. That's why it kind of behooved me when I heard about the bullet going through the wall, because I know I've stayed in some apartment complexes where the walls were like thick, thick.
Well, that's because years ago the fire standard was to have brick between each apartment, which would cause not be able to the flames to get through. It would hit the brick wall and stay in the apartment. But due to corners being cut and regulations being taken away, they did away with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now they just
So what in the
require.
hell are you doing over there? Trey over there doing something, y'all.
Moving around. My bad. I thought I was on mute.
Thank you, Miss Margie. Thank you, sweetheart, for always supporting the channel. Thank you. Go ahead, Deetra.
So now the regulation is that they must have fire retardant material between each apartment,
Mm-hmm.
which is just basically an insulation that's fire retardant.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Years ago, it was actually brick between
Oh yeah.
the apartments. Hell, you
Oh
go to
yeah.
some. I've been in plenty of projects. It's damn cinder block walls between each apartment.
Yeah, like literally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they painted the cinder block wall. It don't even have any sheetrock on it. It's a cinder block wall,
Yeah.
and they just painted it. That's between each of them. Somehow roaches
Mhm.
still get through that cinder block. But I'm just saying, it was a cinder. Nowadays, it is thinner. You can hear, but I'm going to say I am a a pistol expert. I am a rifle expert, and
Mhm.
sounds. I don't care what I'm hearing. I can't predict where that person is just because of their sounds.
Facts. And listen, okay, well they say the sun, because I was thinking, but I had to catch myself because I think you said that maybe the son was not in the apartment when the actual shooting
I don't
took
think
place.
so. The story said that he came home afterwards and found her. And remember, even Dr. Rashid said he later found her.
Mm-hmm. Because
And
I would think that like if the gun when I was wondering why nobody heard the gunshot if the walls are so paper thin.
that kind of because their apartments were back to back, but it's also back to somebody else's apartment.
Facts. So it's a lot of questions, y'all. Probably a lot of questions we will never have answers to. Well, let's listen. Person for a Black Panther movie or a Black Panther wait a minute, let me go back. How play, you can hear whatever for a quick reaction to
Okay, so
a reaction from something on my channel.
So her
A
video,
reaction to this right here.
her video today is: did Maxwell hear her reading, reading for her play?
What?
Yeah, that is the name of her video that I believe is going on right now.
Oh well, we'll react to that later. That's weird. Like why?
Again,
Okay.
she's trying to basically back up why she believes this is a hate crime.
Oh well, we're gonna talk about it.
Or I'm sorry, reading her poem. Was he triggered? That's the title.
Triggered by a poem?
Did Maxwell Williamson hear Carlita Foley reading her poem Was he triggered?
Well,
So
that's
that's
what she initially was saying in her initial commentary on this. She was saying that Max used to be listening through the walls and heard her practicing and stuff, and it made him angry.
So he shot through the wall.
because he was angry at her listening to her poems and her I guess her reading her lines to the play she was doing, which was, I guess, a Black Panther play or something she was doing.
Oh
So
wow.
so so
Okay.
so he sat there and calculated where he's going to shoot. I'm going to shoot right here.
Since my bed is right here, her bed is probably right there, and so I'm gonna shoot, and maybe I'll hit her in the head.
Yeah, there's no
And then,
evidence, but there's no evidence he's ever been inside her apartment. There's no
hey
evidence.
James,
There's nothing that says that he's ever been inside her apartment, even though he's been her neighbor for a while. There's nothing says he's been inside her apartment. He has no clue on where she has her furniture. And
but guess who will be able to tell if there were any previous interactions? Guess who would be able to tell that? Probably the only person, if she didn't speak to her mom about it. The only person that would be privy to any interactions previous interactions, is her son. Her 17-year-old son.
yeah,
He will be able to say whether or not dude been in the apartment. He should be able to say whether or not, and not to 100% certainty, because if he had ever been in her apartment, maybe he was in there when the son went up. But I'm just saying, like, are we going to continue to make shit up? All right, let's listen, y'all.
Okay. So we're going to do a quick reaction to this right here, guys. Queen, everybody, how y'all doing? Y'all know we getting justice for Carlita over here. Carlita lost her life in 2021. You know, someone was cleaning, playing with a gun, whatever. It went through the wall. The bedrooms were right next to each other. Walls are thin in the apartment complexes. They are. And you can hear what people are doing. You can hear what people are doing if they're rehearsing for a Black Panther movie or a Black.
So we can hear what people are doing. So let's assume that it was quiet, and you wanna make it seem like he knew this woman was laying in the bed asleep. Hell, she could have been gone. If she was asleep when he shot the gun, what did he hear? Because let's just be clear. She could have not been there. She could have been in another room. Because I'm assuming it was silent because she was asleep. She was asleep. So what did he hear to make him know that she was in that room on the other side of that wall?
You know what, Truth? This is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
I mean, you really making a mockery out of this shit.
Come on, Fawn.
And if I was this young lady's mother, I would tell you to shut what they call the fuck up. Because this is ridiculous.
if they had just stuck with why is there no trial date? Why are we not seeing this go to trial? If they had just stuck with that, we wouldn't even be having this commentary. None of it. We wouldn't have any of this commentary. And she has every right to ask why. Why has there not been a trial date set? What is going on that's holding this trial up?
And you know what, D Truth, I absolutely agree, and I'm gonna tell you why. And y'all listen, y'all know when I do these stories, I get personal. My son was killed February 2021. It is March 2023. And his murderer his case just went to the grand jury 2 weeks ago. This dude is actually just not being indicted 2 years later.
But true, anybody with any sort of common sense would know if you're charged with something today, you're not going to court next week. There's not a trial next week. I mean, come on. That's not how
I
that
feel the
works.
same way, Fawn. I feel the same way. I absolutely do. This is my issue.
But most cases do not see even, you know, your first appearance will be right when you're arrested.
Bond.
You're getting a bond hearing. You
Come
may
on.
go back. You may go back to court maybe a couple weeks later to set a trial date or to set expert where they actually look at all the evidence. But again, you're not going.
Arraignment.
You're not yet. You're not. Well, he's after the bond hearing he gets arraigned. Blah blah blah. But still, you're not going to trial until the district attorney has everything he needs. And that could take some time. Remember, people are not always going
She
to
just came off a case where dude didn't go to court for what, 5 or 6 years?
5 or 6 years.
Come on.
This guy was immediately arrested. It wasn't like they waited. They found the evidence and they went and arrested him and placed him in jail on no bond because they couldn't figure out whether this was an accident or not. But as soon as they saw it was an accident, they charged him. And manslaughter is a bondable offense. And they gave him a bond. And now they're just sitting back, talking to people, looking at witnesses.
It took a little time for it to go to the grand jury because apparently it didn't go to the grand jury until not here recently.
Yes.
He was indicted.
And let me explain what a grand jury is and why you need a grand jury. A lot of times the district attorney does not want to file charges because, in other words, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. If he doesn't file the correct charges, somebody's going to be angry. If he charges too much, somebody else is going to be angry. So he turns it over to a grand jury to investigate the evidence he has. And he is pushing for an indictment. Once the grand jury looks at the evidence and they find there's enough evidence to bring this to trial, they push it. And they recommend an indictment.
Because guess what? As far as the grand jury is concerned, what people fail to realize, that's who decides whether or not it goes to trial or not.
Yes.
That's why it takes so long for it to go to the grand jury, because when they present that evidence to the grand jury, they gotta present indisputable evidence in order for the grand jury to say indictment or no bill. No bill means not enough evidence to go to trial. See, the process can start right at the grand jury, because if the grand jury don't indict you and say that there's enough evidence to go to trial, there's no trial.
Exactly. And you got to understand something. When it comes to
sorry for your loss, Fancy.
Yeah, sorry for your loss. When it comes to a death, you don't get a second chance.
Come on.
If you indict someone and you bring them to trial and they're acquitted, there's no going back. You're not going to take a second chance at them. It's called double jeopardy. You cannot charge the same person with the same crime twice. That's double jeopardy. And the reason they made that law was because a long time ago, people used to keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back until they got what they wanted for a conviction. So they made sure that it's not possible for you to be charged in the same crime. It's called double jeopardy. Once you get acquitted, it's over. There's no shot at them again. So a district attorney is going to wait until all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. And they always say it's always a gamble because you never know what you're going to get as a jury. They try to weed the people out, but again, it's not that easy to weed people out.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're welcome.
you don't know if you're going to get that sympathetic ear that turns around and goes, "Well, I don't like," and they say, "No, no, not guilty."
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what's going to happen, so they want to make sure they got everything in a row
Mm-hmm.
before they go. Okay, Jamela had a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Jamila said, "Why do they call?" Hold on.
Did you hide
Oh
Liz
my
B?
God! I done hit Liz B by mistake. Lord, my device, y'all. Liz B, hold on, sis. I got you. My God, today. I swear this phone, man.
All right,
Let me unblock my Liz B.
Hey, phone.
unblock Liz B.
Y'all find
There it
Jamila's.
is. Why do they make plea deal with murderers with all the evidence there? Well, okay,
Type Liz B.
Prison overcrowding.
that's a good question though. What does this murderer have to offer? Because remember, criminals flock in small flocks. They know things about other people. Other things is they look at will the can we get the testimony we need, even though we have all the circumstantial evidence. Remember,
Right.
circumstantial evidence does not always
Thank you,
mean
baby. Sorry.
a conviction.
I was told that a lot of pleas are caught, like you said, to gain witnesses and things of that nature. But I was told that pleas are caught sometimes because even though you may have evidence, what people have to realize is that when it comes to trial and convicting, if there's reasonable doubt, if
Yes.
there's any room for reasonable doubt, that
Mhm.
it's a possibility that that person could get off scot free. Because let's just be clear, if the jury finds any reasonable doubt, they could choose not to convict that person, even if that person did it. If the defense attorney is able to present evidence to cause reasonable doubt, and you got to remember, you're dealing with what, 12 people with
12
different personalities,
yep, 12
different
human
train of
beings.
thoughts, right? Human beings. So I was told that prosecutors look at the fact that if a person is willing to plea and they're willing to get the most they can out of a plea and just let it be done that way instead of taking the chance of going to trial and the defense attorney being able to cause reasonable doubt and the person get off, then most likely, the district attorney will cop a plea.
Yes, and also you're putting people on the stand, and people will be cross-examined, and
Mm-hmm.
their testimony may be cross-examined, which can cause the reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
These are all
Mm-hmm.
things that they're looking at. Is this look at the person we're putting up here? Is this person not a credible witness? Are they
Mm-hmm.
not so credible that the defense attorney can exploit that credibility? These are
Mm-hmm.
things that all have to be weighed in before a plea deal. Also, the district attorney is saying to himself, it's a win. This person's going away for a long period of time.
Facts. For sure. Not,
Yeah,
I mean, for sure, for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes to murder, they may plead bargain to the minimum, but still, it's still going to be 25 years
Mm-hmm.
instead of life. They take things off when it comes to murder victims or murders. The victims also have a say so.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, you know, uh, if they think they're going to get the judge going to give them 3 years, the victim's family has a lot to say. 3 years.
They do ask. They do could. If you got a good district attorney, and they do communicate things with you. Like the one that's handling my son case, that woman calls me. She tells me step by step what's going on. She asks my opinion on she asks how I'm feeling about what's going on. I was asked early on about what I felt about the death penalty. I was asked all this stuff. And I just feel like if you got a district attorney or a district attorney's office, because sometimes, a lot of times, you may speak to the assistant district attorney. You may even speak to a paralegal that's involved in the case. But if they communicate with you, and I think that's probably maybe part of Ms. Foley's frustrations that maybe she's not being communicated to. And like the truth said, it could be a lot. It could be because of her speaking on social media and things of that nature. Because I'm gonna tell you something. In investigations, them people are tight-lipped. They keep it according to the books. They tell you just enough. They ain't gonna tell you everything. Like, you can be sitting in the courtroom listening to evidence and stuff, and it be stuff you don't know nothing about, you ain't never heard. They're not gonna lay the case out to you like that. They're just not gonna do it because it could jeopardize the case.
Exactly. You don't, when you're interrogating someone, you don't ask them everything you know, because you're also leading the witness. You're leading them. You
Right.
let them talk. You say questions that let them talk. And
Hmm.
also, you're holding things back from the press. You're holding things back from the victim's family because you don't want it out. Because if that person does slip up and say something, you want to make sure that nobody else knew that.
Let me tell you
Only,
something. And it's
only,
very, very
yep,
frustrating. That's why I say I don't see how people cannot understand it. I do understand Miss Foley's frustration, because let me tell you something. I've asked several questions that I have not received answers to. Everybody that's been listening to me or been with me for a while, that I feel like another person, in my honest opinion, should have some charges as well. Not only the person that shot the gun that killed my son, but I feel like another person is sort of kind of responsible. But I ask questions about that investigations. I get about that investigation. I get no answers. It's big things and it's little things. Like, another thing that frustrates me, and I have to understand. And the reason, and the thing about it is, and going to what I'm dealing with as far as my son case, I was a little knowledgeable of the law. So when I asked the police, the head investigator that be calling me all the time, I wanted my son always walked around with a backpack. He would have his phone, his tablet. He had things in his backpack that I want back. I want it back. But it was told to me that it's evidence.
yes. Well,
They're holding on to it. I can't touch it. I can't see it.
yes,
I cannot have it until after the trial, which
yes,
could be 4 years. It's already been two.
yes. And that's because if they give it back to you, the defense can't examine it. And if they give it back to you, the defense can't examine it, then it becomes a problem. They can't use that evidence.
Hmm.
They can't let you touch it. They can't
Hmm.
let you go in there and do anything to it, because you can alter it in any way, which means the evidence has been tampered with. That's why
I
any
asked for his um wallet because it had his ID in it. I asked for his wallet. They told me no.
anything that's on his person on the time of the investigation becomes evidence. And anytime someone goes in there and looks at that evidence, they have to sign in and they have to sign out every single thing that they look at.
Yep.
They want to know every single person that touches that evidence.
Hmm.
So the chain of custody cannot be broken. Once the chain of custody is broken, that evidence is no longer able to be used as evidence against the defendant. Chain of
Yep.
custody is very important, and anytime you allow, I know Jamela said she wants to. They're giving her a
And
hard
they
time.
giving her a hard time. Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
go.
That's
They're going to.
that's frustrating. Very frustrating.
Jamela, do you have a lawyer? Because if you have a lawyer, just let your lawyer handle it. But they're
Hmm.
not.
Because
If
her
it's
daughter's case is over. That guy got the max. So, but
still, if she has a lawyer, they'll be able to. But I don't think they're going to give you. Remember, he could always ask
file an appeal.
for an
Well, no, because
appeal.
he played. He played though.
Yeah, still they're still going to hold on to for a certain amount of time to see if he goes and tries to say, well, I was coerced, or they got to hold
Yeah.
it on for a certain amount of
Yeah.
time. They're going to give it to you. It's just going to take a little time, and then they're not going to give you anything that's been damaged or something that might be considered. I don't know how to say it, but
Yeah.
They look at the evidence, and sometimes they don't want to give it to you because they don't want to let you see some of the things that they had to pick up.
I was told I wouldn't be getting my son's like his clothes.
No, you're not gonna get any of that.
Because he had on some tennis shoes that my brother had bought him, and I wanted to get those shoes to give my brother because he wanted them.
Yeah, Jamila just said he put an appeal in, so that stuff is still
Yeah, they're gonna hold on to it, Jamila. They're gonna hold on to it. And it's frustrating. That's why I say I get that woman's pain. I do. I feel it, and that's why I feel like it's just gross to play on her top as far as the facts and what's happening and what's going on. So let's listen to a little bit more, y'all.
Panther play, you can hear whatever's going on. You can hear it, so you can hear words that are being said. And people, don't always have the same thought processes, or however you want to put it. They don't always agree on things. All right. So you just never know what people will do or how they will react. All right. I'm just going to say that. There's some things that, there's a lot other things that I'm just not going to talk about that I know that Ms. Foley has shared with me that I'm just not going to go into. Hello, Patricia. How you doing? Thank y'all again for being here. But we're going to review a part of, and let me go ahead and put this up.
So her nor Miss Foley
will talk about this. Okay.
Huh?
Her nor Miss Foley will talk about this new information. But they can tease it to the public that it's some new information, but they can't tell us. How does that help us?
Honestly, if I were Miss Foley, I wouldn't be telling Phil anything. And that's probably why they're not talking to her like that, as far as the officials.
I agree with that. But here's the thing: what people don't understand, if you bring your case to YouTube, you also put in jeopardy a fair trial. If you come on here and start talking about the case and start claiming this and claiming that and accusing this and accusing that, you jeopardize the trial, because the defense attorney could say, well, all these people watch this YouTube channel, blah, 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 blah. Now I can't find a jury to give my client a fair trial. People don't understand this thing. A lot of things, you got to, like a lot of things the newspapers do, like with leak stuff, you're jeopardizing the trial with this stuff. You're tainting the jury pool.
Facts, and that's what you don't want to do, because then when it comes down to trial, it makes it more complicated.
Yes, because they'll even ask you, have you seen any videos or any clips or anything that can bias your opinion in this trial? That's actually one of the questions that they ask now. Have you saw any news clippings, any videos, any commentary, any so-and-so and so-and-so that could bias your opinion on this trial? And if you say yes, you're out.
Facts. Thank you, Nikki. Nikki said prayers and love. I have sons, you are strong. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that, sweetie. Most of the times I'm strong. Okay. Stuff like this really gets to me. I ain't gonna lie. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
We are reviewing this copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, commenting, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship and research. And that's what we're about to do. We're about to get some understanding over here. Okay. All right. We're going to react to another channel's a portion of his video, The Truth number 5. And
Oh my God, she
And you
said
guys
my
can welcome to
name.
go and check out his full video.
Your name was botched. Your
Yeah,
name was
she
botched.
normally doesn't say
She
my
did it
name.
on purpose. She don't
Yeah.
want no people to find you.
Yeah, but she knows where my channel is because she popped up that night.
Hater.
I'm using a portion of his. I'm using some audio. I'm doing it on my main channel, the channel that I help
She don't want you to
families
strike.
on and an advocate for. I don't
Yeah,
want to get stressed.
I'm not gonna strike her. But she got mad because I said she got 35,000 subscribers. Bitch, you got 34.5 thousand subscribers, and you got mad because I said 35,000. I don't understand that.
She ought to be happy you speaking into existence, right? Thank you, Nikki. Nikki said you're a strong lady. You helped me endure some trying days and don't even know. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Well, I'm still wondering why didn't she tell Crumple whoever that she's a YouTuber instead of saying she has a talk show. Wow. Jamila said his DA asked the judge to review the live I did with Truth on my daughter, but the judge has said no, we moving forward. Yeah, that was a tactic. That was a tactic to try to, we said nothing in that live that would have, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Jamila, that was weird. All right, y'all, here we go.
Chance because it'll be worth it if I do. All right, but I will fight it. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to this.
She cannot keep it cute. She cannot stay on point. So you fight it, whatever. Ain't nobody striking you. We'd like to see you make an ass of yourself. All right, ebooks. Thank you for being here, sweet. I got my candy corn. I don't know where all of my Mars are. I got candy corn here. Thank you, ebooks.
He was reacting to this right here that I posted on my community tab because, as you guys know, we have all been trying to get an attorney involved in this. Ben Crumple, we really won't Ben Crumple. We'll say, look, we need some help, and if you don't ask, you won't get. We want justice for Carlita. That is the ultimate goal. She lost her life. The man woke up the next day, went to work, and then headed off to a wedding, a party, whatever, and never called the police. Something's wrong here, people. Something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. All right?
Now, I can understand her fake frustration if there was no movement or no activity in this case. And I'm going to explain to people what I mean by that, why I feel like this is fake. This is fake outrage. The man has been charged. The man has been indicted. The man has been arrested. The man got out on bond, and the only thing that they're waiting on now is a court date. It's not like the case is sitting there dormant. This is not a cold case. This is not a case where things are not being done. This is not that at all, right? But that's what you're making it seem like. There's not anything being done in this case, and that's not the case.
But wait, when they first started this, that's what they wanted everyone to believe. That no one was arrested, no one's in jail for this. They failed to tell everybody that he had been arrested, he had been charged, and he was out on bond. And then they got mad at me and Trey because we kept pointing that out. And they kept coming back, well, he ain't nobody's. Yeah, it was. It said right here, a man's been arrested. And it said right there, he's been charged. And I put the clip up in my video about it. And then Trey was reacting to my video, and he said, he's right. Somebody has been arrested. And they got mad because we said that. They said we were wrong. Well, I guess the news people were wrong because they're the one that said he was arrested and charged. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, I think Truth cut out again.
You remember that, Trey? When they got mad because we kept saying somebody has been arrested? What are you guys talking about? And they kept getting mad and saying nobody's been arrested.
Yep. And then all of a sudden there was this secret indictment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my mic was muted. I didn't even know it. I was talking. I was saying, don't be sorry, the truth. I enjoy your commentary. That's why I like when you're able to come up. But my mic was muted. Ciao. All right, y'all. So let's listen to some more.
You do. That's what I want to know. What would you do? All right. Well, before I put that up, I'm going to put that up. But I'm going to.
She's putting up a community post. She put up that same text message exchange that I just read to y'all. That's what she put up.
I'm going to have this up. All right. Let's go. I thank each and every one of you to spend this little time with me. I always appreciate it. You don't have to be here, and you come. Well, thank you. Thank you, as always. With that being said, make sure you thank my producer for putting those Mary Jane hits together for you, because nothing compares to Mary J.
Wow, she played it all, huh?
All time.
Man, she played it from the very beginning.
Yes, she did. Come on, D True, come through.
Favorite. So let's get started, shall we? First and foremost, I must go up here and turn on my phone line.
Hey, can I say something?
Sure, go ahead.
That I had just said those things, and already they're calling me a racist.
Why?
Just those things. Now you sound like a racist. Like, damn, I ain't even say anything yet. I'm just thanking people.
Try look in the chat and see if you see that troll. I see it on my stream, y'all, but I don't see it. Unless somebody already zapped it. I don't see it in my actual chat. D Truth, you got a mod stick, right? I see a troll on stream, y'all. I'm not gonna read what they said, but I don't see it in my chat. And I don't know if y'all see it. Okay. I'll wait. You see it, Liz B? Candy, do you see that troll? Cause I can't get rid of it because I can't see it on my phone. I only see it on StreamYard. See, this is what irritates me when I don't have mods. Thank you, Trey. All right, Candy. Thank you, Trey.
And I should have skipped a little bit, but I didn't want to miss anything. Oh my goodness, I don't want to hear no. All right, phone lines are active. Oops, I don't want to hear no. I don't know when my co-host will be strolling along, but it should be shortly, I hope. I see you, Rosie. Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate you, Rosie.
Shout out to Rosie.
Now, I added something. I was just going to only talk about the Wade situation, but I added something because it was brought to my attention right after I made the promo. And it's the ignorance for me. Truly the ignorance for me. And what I mean by ignorance, my co-host here, well, make sure you give a round of applause for my co-host. Thank you for everybody.
Miss Liz, she don't like you, Miss Liz. She gave you an eye. I love my Miss Liz, girl. You just make her Miss Liz be speaking on face, girl. Don't get mad at Miss Liz. She ain't did nothing. She got a wayward, soul next to her like I do. Yeah. Truth, you know they already have me blocked up. Yeah, I know candy corn. I know, boo.
Oh, I was just telling her about the ignorance of it all. And what I mean by ignorance is
Oh wait,
Phil
was
has
that
said the most.
Trey? That was Child of God.
Yeah.
Was that's one of my haters. Hey, Child of God, how you
Oh
doing?
God.
Hey, thank you for coming by. Thank you for giving
Really?
Truth Hurts that view for me. Thank
Well,
you.
now I can't be a damn sniper and assassin because y'all keep saying I'm killing niggas. Stop.
No, that's one of my. That's why I couldn't see it because I already have them blocked.
See,
Wow.
now she gonna know and go block me, so I'm gonna have to shoot her from my backup account.
That's
Oh my God.
That's one of my haters, Child of God. That's actually
We are being stalked, sir.
That's Karma Kaboom.
Girl, if you don't get your way with ass off my channel, now I don't watch a couple of your videos or you are off your rockers. Some of them damn posts you make don't make no damn sense. You need to go to therapy. You are
Thaddeus Matthews on you.
Yeah, Thaddeus
Get the hell off my channel, ma'am. You are wayward and you are sick. I digress.
Ignorant thing I have heard in a long time. And what I mean about ignorant is you can't just say these things. You can't just throw these things out there because, and I'm just going to be honest here. When you throw these things out there and they do not fit the situation that you're crying about, it hurts everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
We want justice for Carlita, who lost her.
I'm going to challenge y'all because Lord knows I listened to, and I ain't even listened to the whole thing. And listen, I'm not being funny. I'm not throwing shade. If I can get $1 every time on Cash App, you know, they say I'm a begging bitch. You know, I beg for money. So listen, if I can get a Cash App $1 for every time this woman says justice for Carlita, I promise you I'll leave this live a happy woman. We all know it's about justice for Carlita, but that's not the answer to every question that being answered to you, Phil. That is not. And it goes back to what somebody said in the chat about you exploiting this young woman's death. You cannot answer every question that somebody asks you with we just want justice for Carlita. We all want justice for Carlita. We may not be as vocal as you, ma'am, but me as a mother that knows this woman's pain want justice for Carlita. But you have to answer questions. You can't just throw that out there every time you get asked a question that you can't answer. You're being facetious.
Her life in 2021, her mother wants justice for her daughter. Okay?
I have a question. And maybe Phil will watch this live and answer it. What is bringing Ben Crump in on this case going to do for the case? Be true. Can you answer that for me at this point? What is bringing Ben Crump? Because see, from what I understand about Ben Crump sues people for families.
Yes.
Well, and since we don't see where anybody could be sued in this case, can you please make it clear to me, because this is part of my frustration. Can you please make it clear to me what is bringing Ben Crump in on this case gonna do for this case, that mother or the family? Can you explain that to me? And maybe I won't be so frustrated. Can you answer that for me?
Ben Crump is a national celebrity. Everyone knows Ben Crump. Matter of fact, Ben Crump can be anywhere in 12 hours, I may say 8 hours, that anything happens. Okay? And he's immediately throws the spotlight. So I understand why you would want Ben Crump. But if you notice Ben Crump's cases, they're usually some kind of violation of the civil rights. Somewhere, somehow, someone has been violated of their civil rights. He takes police department cases mostly, but he also takes wrongful deaths that are usually racially motivated. So I guess they want Ben Crump because they think it's a hate crime and he'll be able to bring national awareness to this. My thing is, you had to be, in the last almost 2 years, you had to be asking other attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see any other attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was saying before about that is, usually when someone hears no, they keep going. And when they hear no too many times, then they start going to the shadier and the shadier and the shadier. And then when all that fails, they turn to YouTube. I've been covering Essie Berry for 7 years, and that's exactly what happens. And every single person that's ever turned to Essie Berry has said, I went to attorneys and they wouldn't help me. And her answer is, okay, I'll help you. Well, you know, I know people have a very dim, look at what lawyers are, but most of them are going to tell you, and none of them want to take a case that they can lose.
Facts.
If they're going to lose a case, you're going to pay them a lot of money to lose that case. You're going to make it their worthwhile to go in there and lose that case. But if you notice, if you got a strong case that they think they can win, they won't even take any money from you.
And to me, honestly, I think when it comes to the Ben Crump firm, and this is just my opinion, I feel like that law firm reaches out to people. They don't, like, I feel like if something hit the news, or a case happens or whatever, and they feel like it's a violation and it's a winnable case, and civil rights of it, they reach out to you.
Exactly.
Hell, I've been in the car
He's
accident.
an ambulance chaser. That's the
I've been in car accidents. Well, shit. As soon as my police report is available, I got 3 lawyers hitting me up in the mail talking about, we heard you in the accident. You want to file a case?
Exactly.
I've literally gotten literature in the mail from law firms. I got literature in the mail when it came to my son's case.
Yep. That if you're in the news, you don't look for Ben Crump. Ben Crump looks for you.
Facts. All right, let's listen.
It diminishes the words. And what I'm trying to get at is, let me pull this up. This is I guess, a text message to a law firm by Philly Phil. And I guess she's shopping around hoping that a law firm will listen to what she has to say. So she's advocating.
Yes, we definitely want a law firm to come in and assist us and help us. Why wouldn't we? We want justice.
Help you do what though, Philly Phil? And maybe you'll do a live reacting to my live. I challenge you. Help you do what? Help you do what? So if it's deemed a hate crime, which it has not been deemed a hate crime, you're saying that if it's a hate crime, maybe she may want to sue? And if it is a hate crime, I applaud her for wanting. She should sue. Don't know what she's gonna get. But the fact that it has not been deemed a hate crime, what is he gonna do?
Their life. The mother wants justice.
Fancy.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
For Jackie Foley. But when you advocate with ignorance like this, nobody's going to listen to you.
Am I right or wrong, Liz? You're right. Liz, you hesitated. You're a mother. You're a woman. What would you do?
First of all, you don't know if she's a mother with your sarcastic ass. And yes, she's a woman. But the facts are the facts. I'm a woman. I'm a woman that lost my son in the same manner, gun violence. But you got to keep, when it comes to situations like this, you got to keep it real. You got to keep it honest. You can't be playing on people's top. And you can't be doing things to double your subscriber count or make yourself look good. Because I feel like everything that you've done when it comes to these cases, you've done to get accolades.
So let me read this to you. I just wait for the thing to get off the screen, and then I'm gonna read it to you. So it says, "This is Victor Lopez from Knowles Law Firm. How can I help you?" And Philly Phil goes on to write, "Hello, Mr. Lopez. I have a YouTube talk show, and a mother, Jackie Foley, reached out to me for help in getting justice for her daughter who was killed in her sleep. Victim, Carlene Foley. It happened in Jesuit County, Georgia. Maxwell, Gwinnett County, Georgia. Gwinnett County, Duluth. Gwinnett County is where it happened at, sir. Williamson has been arraigned, but no court date. Crime happened in September of 2021. Sir, we believe it to be a hate crime." Well, would you like to go first, Liz, on why this isn't a hate crime? You hesitated a long time, Liz, because what you really want to say is, how do we know it isn't? Because you don't.
How you gonna tell somebody what they really want to say? That's what gets me about you people. You sit up there and you deem and claim to know people's thoughts and opinions. You want to be right so bad, you don't know what that woman is thinking. Maybe it's hard for her to talk about. Maybe it's hard for her to respond to. Maybe she wanted to think about her answer. Maybe she's being, practicing etiquette when it comes to talking about this because it's hard to talk about. You don't know what she's thinking. You don't know what she wants to say.
Liz is just dramatic.
I don't think she's dramatic. I think Miss Lee. Don't do my friend. Don't do my friend.
Dramatic.
Yeah, she does these
she
long
is not dramatic.
Dramatical pauses. Not. She does.
I think she's very cautious. No, I think she's very cautious.
Like Chico DeBarts took me out. Dramatic.
No, I think she's very cautious, and I think she chooses her words wisely.
Dramatic.
And I think she thinks about what she says before she says it. That's it.
Dramatic.
I'm dramatic too. I take dramatic pauses.
Y'all gonna leave my Miss Liz alone now.
Y'all gonna leave Liz back last night. I wasn't going.
The long pause.
You gonna leave her alone.
The long pause, the breath. Okay, and then she comes in. I know my Liz.
True.
Keep talking. Yeah. Keep talking. Y'all finna be dropped, and I'm gonna be just left with Fun Baby, who I think
I forgot.
I hope she's working and not sleeping. Yeah, it is Women's Day, and I'm gonna drop y'all. Y'all gonna leave Miss Liz alone.
I will object, Your Honor.
Thank you, Fun Baby. Thank you, baby.
And I'm going to defend Miss Liz when she pauses and goes.
Fun does the same thing. Fun reminds me a lot of Miss Liz. She does the same thing.
We gotta think. We gotta be careful of what we're about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you don't want to
see. Everybody ain't wayward like Trey in The Truth. Everybody ain't wayward, and what comes up comes out.
Right.
I'm just saying.
So I too have Miss Liz back. Period.
Thank you, Fun. Thank you.
What good is it coming? What good is it coming up if it can't come out?
Everything's not supposed to come out, Trey.
Yes, it do. You ain't supposed to hold that in. It causes problems and blockages and stuff.
Trey, it's not always what you say.
It's how you
How
say
you
it.
say it.
Come on, Fawn. Come on.
He said she was dramatic.
I think I'm very articulate.
The True.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You was on your last live, and I'm listen. We're gonna get back into it, y'all. This probably gonna be 2 or 3 parts because I'm gonna get through this whole thing. But y'all know how this goes over here in Sipperfield. Let me tell you something. In your last live, I listened to you call baby mamas. I mean, you was going in on baby mamas. You went in. Me and Tony was talking about that live, and we was talking about some of the shit you was saying, and we were tickled weak.
It wasn't National Women's Day. That's why I could say it.
Well, whatever. Fun, you remember that live, Fun?
Wait, I was going to ask you, what did he say?
Child, listen. Girl, he went in on the baby mom. If a hoe tell me for 5 years that the baby's mine, and then I found out the damn baby ain't mine, I mean, he was going in.
Oh, yeah.
Facts. He going to jail.
It was a great live, Nancy. And the Truth was triggered. He was triggered in that live. I don't know if it's a baby mama out there fucking with him or what, but
it kind of sounded a little personal, didn't it?
All
it
scenarios,
did, girl. It did.
all scenarios were made up. Please do not make a live about me.
Ricky Anderson, how many baby mamas you get?
All scenarios were made up. There was no truth in any of the scenarios I was talking about.
You were triggered. You were triggered, sir.
Please do not make any videos about me.
You were triggered.
I'm not.
And I'm investigating. I'm going to see if you got some baby mamas out there that's fucking with you. All right, y'all. Here we go. I love y'all. Y'all make me laugh.
I don't know what happened. You guys don't know everything. And we need some professional help in here. We need an attorney to pick this case up.
And
he should have a court date. It didn't take Tim long to get a court date.
She said everybody don't know everything. Neither do you, and you're not the one to pick this case apart. I'm sorry.
Come on, Fun.
I'm sorry.
She just said it didn't take long for Tim Norman to get a court case.
Yes,
that's
did.
A lie. That's a lie.
5 years.
See what I mean about the law? Let me rewind it. Because I missed that. Y'all, I'm over here eating a hot pickle. Don't judge me, judge yourself. We got a guess. Ooh, it's so good, but it's hot, y'all. Oh, no, we don't. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah, I'm eating a hot pickle, y'all. Let's listen.
Go wild for the date to come, but it didn't take long.
Hold on, I'm gonna replay that.
I have a YouTube talk show, and a mother, Jackie Foley, reached out to me for help in getting justice for her daughter who was killed in her sleep. Victim, Carleke Foley. It happened in Jesuit County, Georgia.
Gwinnett County, Georgia. Gwinnett County, Duluth. Gwinnett County is where it happened at, sir.
Girl, shut up. Everybody pronounce things differently. Shut up.
Is that where they make those underwear at? Those Duluth underwear? In Duluth?
I don't know, but don't come for Duluth. I love Duluth. My sister stayed in Duluth. Don't do it.
Williamson has been arraigned, but no court date. Crime happened in September of 2021. Sir, we believe it to be a hate crime. Would you like to go first, Liz, on why this isn't a hate crime?
You hesitated a long time, Liz, because what you really want to say is, how do we know it isn't? Because you don't know what happened. You guys don't know everything. And we need some professional help in here. We need an attorney to pick this case up. He should have a court date. It didn't take Tim long to get a court date. It took a while for the date to come, but it didn't take long for one to be set.
That doesn't make sense. That just didn't hold on.
This woman is delusional.
So what they set the court date off 3 years and then went to it?
That don't make sense. Listen one more time, y'all.
Justice for her daughter, who was killed in her sleep. Victim, Carlene Foley. It happened in Jesuit County, Georgia. Maxwell.
Gwinnett County, Georgia. Gwinnett County, Duluth. Gwinnett County is where it happened at, sir.
Williamson has been arraigned, but no court date. Crime happened in September of 2021. Sir, we believe it to be a hate crime. Would you like to go first, Liz, on why this isn't a hate crime?
Come here.
You hesitated a long time, Liz, because what you really want to say is, how do we know it isn't? Because you don't know what happened. You guys don't know everything. And we need some professional help in here. We need an attorney to pick this case up. He should have a court date. It didn't take Tim long to get a court date. It took a while for the date to come, but
it didn't take long for Tim to get a court date. It took long for the date to come. It took long for Tim to even been charged and indicted.
She said it didn't take long for Tim to get a court date, but it took long.
But it
took a long time for the trial to come up when you got the right to a speedy trial. She tried to make it seem like they gave him a court date, then he waited for 2 years for his court date to come.
Nah. That trial didn't happen until 5 or 6 years after Andre had passed. So what is she saying though? Come on, we all know the wheels of justice. What they say? The wheels of justice move slow. And they do. Because these people have to be thorough. Courts are backed up.
Well,
trials go on.
Not only courts are backed up, it takes months for the defense attorney to look through all the evidence. And
come on,
people don't understand that both parties have to look at whatever the other party has. So anything the defense has, the prosecutor has to look at. Anything the prosecutor has, the defense has to look at. You think that takes days? They have to investigate. So anything the district attorney is saying is true, the defense has to investigate it to make sure that there wasn't any wrongdoing or something is wrong.
All that cellular device activity them people had, that shit took time.
They have to, if someone has an expert witness, the defense has to go and make that witness credible. They have to do a background check on that witness, an expert or credible. They have to do all things. That doesn't just take a day or two. That takes months.
Yes.
It could be a year before the defense says we're ready to go to trial, because you can't go to trial until the defense says they're ready and the prosecutor says they're ready.
Thanks.
Neither one of those things can happen until both of them say they are ready.
And you know what? Every case is not an open and closed case.
Exactly.
I mean, does she not realize that?
But the defense is more.
She does realize that, because she's sitting up here trying to compare the two. Is no comparison. Like, first of all, it was not, a quick process or a speedy process when it came to the whole Tim case. Like I say, and that's another reason why I feel like she's playing on this woman's top, because Philadelphia just came off a case where it took 5 or 6 years for this trial to go on in the case of Tim Norman.
But I know it can be torturing, but I'd rather for them to take their time to get all the evidence, because when you do go to court, you want a conviction. That's what you want at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And I know the wait in the process is torturing, but you just want to win at the end of the day.
Facts.
But most of the time, The defense is the one that drags it out.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor is usually ready to go, but the defense will drag it out in order to get more time to dispute whatever they're saying or to find a witness or whatever. The prosecutor has the police doing all their work for them, and they have they actually have a investigator within the district attorney's office that will look into things. Now, a defense attorney, he's got to hire somebody, or he has to have somebody on retainer,
and got to have the money to do it, because a lot of times the defender don't have it.
Yep, and he has to go out, and if you have a public defender, there is no investigation.
Facts.
They ain't sending nobody out to check if this is true or not. They're going to look at it and say, well, okay, might be true, may not be true. Maybe I could ask a few questions. So there's nobody investigating nothing for them. That's why 90% of the cases that public defenders get are pleaded out, whether you're guilty or not.
That's true. Let's listen. Right, and truth wasn't it 7 years when it was like I think it was either 7 years or coming up on 7 years. By the time he got, his sentence. Yeah.
Didn't take long for one to be set.
Battery low.
Uh-oh, sorry, y'all.
All right. Because I don't think he targeted her out for her race. Okay. Now they're neighbors. She had been living there several years. Okay. Next door neighbors. Their bedrooms were adjacent to each other, wall to wall.
That don't have anything to do with what Miss Liz just said. Did y'all see this? Hold on, let me plug this Bluetooth up, and then I'm gonna replay that. And y'all, this is gonna be very titty. I'm telling y'all, this is gonna be tedious now. When it comes to me, y'all know how I am. Hold on, let me plug my
Did you say titties?
I said tedious.
Oh,
tedious.
Okay,
I meant tedious.
Sorry,
tedious.
Thought I heard titties. Sorry.
You know what? You and Trey, I cannot. It's hard out here for a pimp. Y'all are awesome. I'm plugging up my charger, y'all. I mean my Bluetooth. Listen, I want y'all to hear what she did. Now I want y'all to hear what Miss Liz says, and I want y'all to hear what she says.
You hesitated a long time, Liz, because what you really know. No, it isn't. Because you don't know what happened. You guys don't know everything. And we need some professional help in here. We need an attorney to pick this case up. He should have a court date. It didn't take Tim long to get a court date. It took a while for the date to come, but it didn't take long for one to be set.
I don't think it's a hate crime because I don't think he targeted her out for her race.
Okay, now they're neighbors. She had been living there several years. Okay, next door neighbors. Their bedrooms were adjacent to each other, wall to wall. Okay.
What the hell does that got to do with what Miss Liz just said?
Listen, Fawn. Listen to what she says. Listen.
Not call the police. She was a young activist. You can go to her Facebook and her Twitter, her TikTok accounts and check it out. She was rehearsing for the Black Panther play. I'm just saying.
No, you're not saying nothing. You're not saying nothing. You're making insinuations.
But how do we know that this man followed her on Twitter, Facebook?
How do we know this man? And what does the fact that she was rehearsing for the Black Panther play has to do with anything Ms. Liz said?
We do know that he didn't do any of this stuff because that's not mentioned in any police reports and any of the things he was charged with. Because if he was doing all of that, that kind of would have led to premeditated.
Come on.
I cannot with this. Ooh,
What she
child.
just said had nothing to do.
Nothing.
Oh, she was an activist. Okay. But how do we know this guy knew that? How do we know that this guy is a racist? How do we know that her being an activist triggered him or made him want to kill her?
You know what? The only way that I could see possibly that this could be a hate crime if these two individuals had interactions in the past. If they had conflicts in the past.
Mm-hmm.
If there were reports of she complaining to the office or making police reports or there's nothing.
Don't.
So I'm not understanding how she comes up with this is a hate crime. I'm confused.
All of us are fun, and that's why I called in. So however many of us was watching last night, we was confused too. So I said, let's call in and see if we can get some understanding.
Yeah, but I can see if they had conflict in the past, they were arguing this and that, they were neighbors that hated each other, that argue, fight, all this in the third. I could see it. But there's none of that. Did they even know each other? Did they even speak to each? I mean, come on.
They probably passed each other in the hallway, but that's about it. There's no evidence of any conflict. And what a plan he devised. I'm going to shoot her through the wall.
Come on,
that's what I'm going to do.
Man.
That's how I'm going to get her. I'm going to shoot her through the wall. I don't understand.
And the guy and the person that left to come at the Philippines said he broke into the house. So why not just stay there and wait for her to come?
Yeah, make it look like a robbery or something. Instead, I'm gonna clean my gun and shoot through the wall and hit her.
It's ridiculous.
And there's no evidence that our house was broken into, right?
No, but again, they sweep for things.
There's no evidence he wasn't cleaning his gun. I'm sure they could have seen if he had lubricants on the ground, towels, brushes. Like, can we see your kit that you was cleaning your gun with to see if it's still wet? All types of stuff
they're
that
going
they
to
did
ask
before
him,
they charged him.
They're going to ask him, where were you sitting? And he's going to say, I was sitting on my bed. Okay, so you were sitting right here. Yes, I was sitting right here. Well, they're going to count the steps to the hole. And they're going to go to the hole. They're going to stick a laser light through that hole to see where it comes out on the other side.
It's called an investigation.
And
that's what it's called.
And you see, there's a little thing called trace evidence.
Okay? Welcome back, Nicole.
And it's gunpowder residue, trace evidence of, was there any gunpowder residue on the wall? Which means he had to be really close to. If gunpowder was on the wall, he had to be really close to the wall. I believe gunpowder spray can go up to 4 or 5 feet, and then as it depletes, they can tell how far away you are from the actual victim or from the entry of the hole in the wall. And I guess according to them, everything he said lined up, or there would have been a problem.
Facts. Thank you, E-Brooks. Y'all be sure to hit the like button and hit the cash app. Support the channel. Thank you. Thank you, E-Brooks. Go ahead, Big Truth. I'm sorry.
Because the angle of the pistol can be seen.
Yep.
They could tell whether he had the pistol up in a pointing position.
They can tell whether or not he stood at that wall and literally shot that gun straight to that wall.
Yes, exactly.
They can tell all that.
They can tell whether he was in a standing position or a sitting position. And when I say a standing position or sitting position, the gunpowder residue is going to be on his pants.
Come on.
And on his hands. You could wash your hands. Gunpowder residue is still going to be in the pores.
Sure is.
The impact that you get from gunpowder residue. Okay. His pants will have gunpowder residue all over it if it was sitting on his lap. If he was sitting in a chair and cleaning the weapon, the gunpowder residue would be on his chest.
Yeah.
Because the gun would be placed level on a table. If that's where he was. If he's sitting on his bed, it's going to be on his lap. Because normally when you clean a weapon, you lay out a towel, you put the weapon on the towel. If you're doing it, say on a bed, normally I have an actual cleaning bench that I clean my weapons on. An actual cleaning bench which has all my stuff to clean the weapons. He may have been sitting on the bed with a towel on it. The towel will have all the gunpowder residue on it. It will not be on his shoulder. It will not be in his chest. If he was cleaning it on the bed, on his legs. If he was sitting at a table cleaning it, then the gunpowder splatter will be able to see on his chest.
All that. Investigative.
All that is looked at. They didn't find any discrepancy in his story to charge him with anything other than manslaughter.
Mm-hmm.
So you can make up all the scenarios you want. You could make up that the man crawled through the duct and stuck a camera. You can make up all that stuff. And what they're saying about the camera thing, the police have there's a little handheld thing that you just walk around and point it, and it will tell you whether there's a camera or a listening device.
Mm-hmm.
And it will bring you right to it.
We already know that story was just ciao.
So whoever that lady is, you guys should be that what's her name? Ward. Her last name was Ward. Whoever that lady is, that bitch should be writing for
scripts.
She should be writing scripts for the Lifetime Network.
For ID.
Or ID, one of them.
Yeah.
Discovery something.
Mm-hmm.
That was way out there.
Yeah. And probably watch too much of both of them. That's probably the issue. Because I know watching them channels take my mind to other places, child. Let's go.
Number one. Number two, it's really going to be hard to prove in a court of law that it is a hate crime. I mean, not unless they had history. Now, I can't speak on the case. Now, the couple channels that I saw.
Key point. We don't know. They were neighbors. You don't know everything.
Nah, you said it right. We don't know. Now you want to switch it up. Because, see, you want to sit here like Captain Save-A-Ho with no edges and insinuate that you know more about this case than we do, which you may know something other than what you may know. Jackie Foley thoughts on the case. You may know Jackie Foley. You may know some stuff from Jackie Foley, right? But as far as the investigation, I can guarantee you, as far as the investigation, you don't know no more than we know. And Jackie Foley probably don't know no more than we know. But you want to sit up there because that's what you do. You sit up there like you know more than what you do, right? And you pretend, and that's what you're doing. You said it right. We don't know.
You don't know everything.
I told you, if I had $1 for every time she say you don't know everything and justice for Carlita, I need to be rich. I need to be rich.
So this person was.
The van would be backing up with your money in it.
Oh yes, I will have a whole motherfucking what you call Brinks. Brinks will be pulling up. Damn it.
Okay,
he was responsible, and he was just a dick for cleaning his gun.
So,
but I don't see that it was a hate crime. I don't see that he just said, "Oh, I'm a killer because she's black."
Let me refresh everyone's memory. So I'll refresh everybody's memory. So in September of 2021, a next door neighbor was cleaning his gun. The gun went off. The bullet traveled through the wall, through her headboard, and struck the young lady in the head. Tragic. Tragic. Nobody's saying it's not tragic. It is tragic. Should he be charged? Yes, he should be charged for manslaughter.
Mm-hmm.
Manslaughter.
You're right. It traveled. Wouldn't you think somebody would want to call 911 if your bullet just went through a wall?
That ain't got nothing to do with it being a hate crime, you ignoramus. You are ignoramus.
I mean, come on, somebody. Help me to understand. Because I'm calling 911. My gun just went off. It went through the wall. Make sure my neighbors are okay.
Ain't nobody calling no damn 911 because a bullet went through the wall. They gonna knock on the door. Now the person where the bullet ended up, will probably call 911, but not the actual person that shot it. Let's just be honest. Let's be clear. Ain't nobody calling 911 themselves. I think he should have went and knocked on the door. Period. Dumbass.
Hey, Liz, I'm gonna need you to put your thinking cap on, please.
I'm gonna need you to put yours on.
I think this is where they call Liz a man, which I showed Liz that they said Liz is a man in the comments.
Now what the hell they got to do with anything? You know what I'm saying? How this stuff takes a turn. That's what happened over there in that fake ass news reporting room. That's why I don't watch that hoe for no news. I go to Vail, I go to Chronicle Speaks, I go to what is her name? Who was the other chick that was at the trial, at the sentencing? Damn it, I just went blank, y'all. But I don't go to this hoe. I said it.
Not a hate crime. Not a hate crime. First off, how did that young man shoot one bullet through a wall and strike that young lady in the head? Just one bullet. It's virtually impossible.
Not impossible because it happened. And there's a lot of things you can use to figure that out. And you know it.
Where are they? Where are they, Philadelphia? You need to stop. That's why you being sued today. That's why on March 20th, you going to court.
He was careless. He was ridiculous. He's a young, stupid kid.
She was a young, innocent mother with a teenage son who had her whole life ahead of her, an aspiring actress doing very well. And she lost it all because someone decided to play with their gun and not call 911. Who knows? She could have been saved.
Is it a tragic accident? Yes. Should he be charged with a crime? Yes.
Yeah.
Is it a hate crime? No.
No.
How do you know that, ma'am, sir, Lee? How do you know that? I mean, how do we know?
How do we know? How do you know that it's a hate crime? So just because this is the thing. Let's be grown here. You on your side want to feel like it's a hate crime. We on our side want to not say it's a hate crime. So let's just respect that. And not you sit up there and act like what you say is what it's supposed to be.
Truth, we've given
Right,
reasons why we think we know it's not a hate crime. She has not yet said why do she think it's a hate crime.
Facts.
It's a difference. We've spoken and said why we think or know that it's not a hate crime. She has not come out of her mouth to say why she feels or thinks that it is a hate crime.
Oh, she mentioned that she was practicing for the Black Panther play.
No.
That's what she
mentioned. Is she talking about the Marvel Black Panther play?
I don't know, but that's what she mentioned.
No, that's not gonna fly in court, ma'am.
There still ain't no hate crime.
Wait, he overheard her. He overheard her poem. What was her poem? Could you?
That's not going to fly in court.
Phil, I know you're watching. Can you put her poem up for us?
Yeah, we would love to know
it
what
must have
poem
some.
he heard.
Yeah, it must have some really racist stuff in it against white people to make this man so mad that he shot the wall through him at her. What is in this poem that would have triggered him so much that he would plan out this?
So you mean to tell me she did a live talking about the poem could have
Yes.
triggered him, but she did not put the poem up?
I don't know. She's having that right now. It's tonight, I think.
Oh, okay then. I'm tuned in.
I think it's later. I think it's. Oh wait,
I'm tuned in. I am tuned in.
Oh no, it went already. It was an hour. It was a couple hours ago. So it has 100. It has 120 views on it.
Stop it.
Let me see how many views it has now. It has 168 views on it. And,
stop it.
And now I guess she says justice for families, news updates, cold cases, fighting for families, and then hashtag justice for Carlita. That's
y'all know why feel is full of shit. It's been cases that has been suggested to her. We're gonna talk about the cupcake case. We're gonna talk about the what is his name? The danger dude, mystical case. We're gonna talk about other cases that people have wanted her to cover that she has skated past. She has denied doing commentary on. So she only gonna do commentary on cases where she feel like she could be in the limelight. Once she got a taste of that whole Tim Norman ish thingy, and I said thingy, that's it, and that's all. And the fact that she's reaching out to Ben Crump, and the fact that her reaching out to Ben Crump can cause this case to be national news, this is what she's doing. And I feel that way, and I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm not changing my mind. And everybody going to beat my ass about it. I said what I said. Philadelphia is an opportunist. She's a narcissist, don't have any kind of empathy or sympathy for this woman. She's using her. For a woman that has no empathy or sympathy when it comes to her own child, and I said it, or a nephew, has your nephew gotten justice? Has your family gotten justice for your nephew? I'm just asking. For you to be so passionate, quote unquote, about other cases, it's not making sense to me. Period.
Don't know everything. See, you don't know everything.
Huh?
So she said that he heard her reading a poem. So he was ear hustling through the wall next door.
Come on, Fun. This is what she's trying to make people believe.
Well, he had his ear up to the wall. I mean, how did he hear her reading something?
He had a cup. She said a cup, and he had his ear to the cup.
He used the cup to the ear trick. Is that what you're saying? Well,
okay.
Did you ever notice something that when she gets people to call in, or like the Tim Norman case, when people started calling about Miss Robbie, she got all behind it. Now Jackie Foley reached out to her and does come on with her sometime to talk about it. Those are the cases she takes. If this is not a case that's not going to bring somebody in so she can get an exclusive, she don't want it. She don't want it.
Come on, D-True.
Yeah, she wants exclusives. She wants people that nobody else can hear, and then she runs with it. So now she got Jackie Foley sending her messages. What a great job she's doing. Is Jackie Foley going to give her a coin? Did she get her coin yet?
Oh, God. Did she even get a coin from the Michelle Greaves?
Trey, did she get her coin yet?
I ain't watch. That was my last night. Was my first time watching that woman. That was because it was news that it was breaking news that I was doing my commentary, and they were like, "Yo, you know she reviewing D Truth," so I had to tune in. It's the only reason I watched. I've heard she was reviewing you.
Oh, I haven't heard her make mention of that coin that she should be getting, right? For all the great work she did.
And that could be why she's focusing so much on the Carlita Foley trial, because she feels slighted with the Michelle Greaves thing.
Ding,
this woman, I'm telling y'all, I've heard from real life family members that this woman is very vindictive. She is vindictive. Do you hear me? Come on.
I think this
It-
may be a sway to keep the mind off the fact that she's not getting a coin or she's not getting that interview. So this, I need to. She needs to dive right into the deep end on this one.
And to me, this case right here, she wasn't so much focused on when she had the whole Tim Norman case as the
Yeah,
highlighted.
Tim Norman.
Yeah.
Cut out.
hmm
But
this Carlita's case was an afterthought. I'm gonna just be clear. I'm gonna be honest.
exactly, it was mentioned every now and then. It was, the cheer, uh, uh, justice for Carlita. That was the cheer every now and then, but it was
And I
no
think she mentioned it
breakdown.
every now, and I feel like she mentioned it every now and then for Miss Foley to stay on board. That's my opinion.
Yes, I think that's too. She had to keep her on board, hoping that something would manifest from this.
hmm
Now, Fancy
hmm
said the mother is grieving, and when the thinkable happens to your child, you're looking for
The
someone or
unthinkable
something to blame, and she's taking advantage of that.
facts. I feel the same way. Yeah,
Exploit
I
it.
knew what you meant, Fancy. I knew what you meant. I feel the same way. You're very vulnerable. You are when something like this happens.
And
And
you
all you want to do is shout to the mountaintop, shout to the rooftop. You want people to hear you, but then you become vulnerable to people coming in using you and playing on your top.
exactly. And that I've always said that's exactly what Essie Berry does. You've heard no so many times, and now all of a sudden somebody's telling you yes, and now you're like, all right, I got someone in my corner now. They're gonna help me. And all they're doing, they know damn well there's no case.
Essie
I,
Berry
I,
talked
I
about that
remember
case one time and didn't mention it anymore.
Well, that's because I went after her.
I remember when my son passed, and for those that know that when my son passed, it was on the news, it was on social media, it was on the news and things of that nature. And I remember, even though I was in the fog for a long time, I remember the DA or somebody from the DA's office telling me that you're gonna be contacted. We cannot tell you what to do. But what we will tell you is this. I know you want to talk. I know you want to speak out. I know you want to be heard. But our advice, and this is not instructions, they made it clear. They said our advice is to not speak to the media because it was so much out there already. As far as like, it was live videos out there. People on the scene where my son passed had live videos out there. It was news coverage. It was news coverage when the guy got caught in another state. It was a lot. So they advised me not to speak to the media. And guess what? First of all, I wasn't even in a condition to speak to the media. But when I was contacted, I declined. I didn't even decline because I want to answer my phone, but my family declined because I knew I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize the investigation. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. I didn't want to do none of that. And even though I wanted to scream, holler, shout, I felt like the best thing for me to do was not to do it. And I didn't.
And they will twist your words. They will
hmm
they will make up stuff to fill in the gaps. That's
hmm
what you don't want. The only thing that I ever tell anybody that's in this situation is you could say how you feel,
hmm
but don't discuss the case. You can say you're outraged. You can say you're hurt. You can say all those things, but
hmm
don't discuss the case.
hmm
Tell people how you feel.
I feel
Tell
like
people,
going around on social media. I just wouldn't see the purpose behind that. I don't see the purpose. And I'm not saying it's wrong, and I'm because everybody's different. Everybody handles grief different and things of that nature. I just don't see the purpose. What is social media gonna do for my son's case?
nothing.
And that's
Nothing.
how I felt.
The police aren't looking at social media for you.
Well,
They're, they're,
actually,
they're,
they were only because of the videos and stuff out. But as far as like uh like answers and stuff like that. No, they're not focusing on social media like that.
That's what I'm talking about. They're not looking at YouTube interviews of the
Right,
mother. They're not looking at any of that stuff.
right,
That
right.
stuff taints the case. Okay,
Hmm.
and you know what? If you have some pertinent information, go tell the police.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't need to tell YouTube. Go tell the police. I mean,
And
look
if
how
this woman, if she knows more than what she's saying, like she keeps saying, she's gonna say it in this on this live that she know more than what we know. If Miss Foley knows anything that's credible that could point this case toward it being a hate crime, why wouldn't the police know about it? Why wouldn't you go to the cops? I'm just saying. All right,
or
let's
if
go.
or if she knows anything, the police told her. And the first thing the police are going to say is, please don't speak this to anybody. We just wanted
Right.
you to know we do have a suspect, but they're not going to tell you who the suspect is. They don't even want to tell you they have a suspect because
Child,
then,
we knew who the suspect was. Actually, we knew who well, no, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. It was talk about who the suspect was, but the police did know who. I'm gonna just say this: we knew who the suspect was before the police told us.
well, again, they don't want to come out and speak who the. I mean, they always say one thing: this is a person of interest.
Person of interest, right?
They never say this is the guy that did it. We're looking for him. Well, you just
Right,
told the guy you're looking for him.
right.
You don't want the guy to
They
know
not
you're
gonna
looking for
tell
him.
you they're looking at the guy because they don't want the guy to know they looking for him because they want to get him.
And they don't want you to know, so you don't go out there and get him before they do.
Child, come on. Because
Okay?
I remember when I had gone to the crime scene, and the last thing the detective told me before we left the crime scene was, please let us do our job. Because
Exactly.
it was a lot of angry people at that scene. It was a lot of it was a lot going on. It was a lot. Because
I
like
had
I say, it was a lot that was on videos and lives and stuff, and we pretty much knew, like I said, what had happened and who had done it. And I remember that vividly through my tears. That detective said, please just let us do our job.
because they know a lot of times retaliation doesn't normally get the person that pulled the trigger, but you might get their family members. You're
Hmm.
putting other people in danger, people that had
Hmm.
nothing to do with it.
Hmm. Hmm.
And it spills out into things that you don't want. And sometimes it may look like somebody did it, but they may not have done it.
Facts.
And there's no, you're just taking your anger out on who you believe, but it may not have been that person.
Hmm. Yeah.
And now they're dead, and now they're going to pin it on him, and somebody that really did it could go free.
Hmm. Yeah. Hey, Raina. You been sick, Raina? I ain't, you say, hold on. And I feel a lot better. Sorry. What's wrong, Raina? I ain't see what you said before that. All right, y'all. Let's listen.
That's why we need a court date and we need to go to trial and let all of the evidence be put forth and let the jury decide.
So let me tell you what the law defines as a hate crime. Okay? So the law defines a hate crime. A hate crime is a crime motivated by bias against race, color, religion, national origin,
Oh,
sexual
okay, Raina.
orientation,
Okay.
gender identity, or disability. So Philly Phil is trying to say that this man chose that woman, and at that particular time, he fired a bullet through a wall and struck her in the head.
Well, isn't that what happened, sir? And did he not call the police? Why didn't he call 911 is all I want to know.
Him not calling the police is not a hate crime.
Thank you.
Him not calling the police is a stupid kid who didn't think he did anything wrong. Or maybe he was too scared to call the police. Maybe he was hoping and praying to God that he didn't do what might have happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hate crime to not call the police.
Thank you.
And this would have to be a crime of what? It's definitely not a hate crime. No, he didn't single her out for any of those reasons.
But how do you know this, sir? How do you know this? You don't know everything.
And how do you know? How do you know? And if you know that she was singled out, why don't the police know? Because they ain't charged them with a hate crime. You sitting up here talking in riddles. You sitting up here playing in these people's faces. No, we don't know that. But what we do know is that if the police knew that, he would be charged with a hate crime.
You do not know everything. And we want justice for Carlita.
So that means you know more than what the police know. That means you're sitting up here talking about telling Ben Crump you believe it's a hate crime, but apparently you ain't told the police that. Apparently you ain't told the police what you know. Because you know if you sit your wayward ass in front of the cops and say, oh, he heard her practicing for the Black Panther play, that's not evidence. You're an idiot. And your channel is idiotic. That's why you were able to gain those subs and not able to keep the people's attention, because what you built your channel off of was crap. And that crap has passed. It's flushed down the toilet. So now you got to come with real shit. And you're not doing it. There's nothing you can do in this Carlita Foley trial but holler justice for Carlita. And everybody wants that. But the fact of the matter is everything is set in place for there to be justice for Carlita. So what are you for other than the mouthpiece? What are you for? You're not doing anything. What, you gonna wait for the trial and read the transcripts? We can all do that. That's it. That's all you can do. There's nothing else you can do.
This mother wants justice for her daughter and her grandson. And we will not yield.
He had no clue that it had happened to begin with. Was he irresponsible in not checking his...
He knew his bullet went through a wall and he did not call 911. Who does that?
Neighbor? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Was he irresponsible in not following through and at least checking up on her? Yes.
Hell yes.
Did he believe in 1,000,000 years? Hey, Miss T, did he believe in 1,000,000 years? I'm sorry, Selena, thanks for coming. Rashid, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Virginia, didn't see you. So a freak accident, but yet you're turning it into a hate crime.
I don't believe this was a freak accident, because 911 should have been called, first of all, if it was a freak accident, right away. Anybody with a brain would agree with that.
No. So she stated right there, y'all, and I'm glad I got this recorded on my live. She's saying that she don't believe it was a freak accident. So apparently she know more than what the cop know. Well, that's her opinion. That's her beliefs. It means nothing. Okay. Yeah. But we do. I think that she doesn't believe that for her own personal reasons, because she want to sit there like she's Captain Save-A-Ho and got some evidence that the police ain't got, because she ain't child.
You're calling for Ben Crump to get on the case.
And is and won't stop till we get him. Can't stop, won't stop. Just
It's the hero mentality for me. Girl, bye.
This is for Carlita. We need Ben Crump ASAP. And Miss Foley will have her press conference one day.
How about you give her one? How about y'all set up your own press conference? You know you can do that, right? You don't need Ben Crump. See, this is the thing. This is where you show what you really want. You don't need Ben Crump to do a press conference. What, she want to be on TV because she see the other people? No, I'm not gonna even put her in it, because I for some reason I think this is Philly shit. You gonna be at the press conference, ma'am? But we know you don't show up at court dates.
I believe she may show up at this press conference so that she could be included in it like the other people were. And she thinks this is her way of being it. I could be included in this press conference. Miss Foley will let me be included. Maybe that's what she wants. Maybe that's
But what in the hell is a press? You're fighting for a court date. What the hell is a press conference with Ben Crump gonna do for an actual court date? Can somebody let me know? Can somebody let me know?
That's what I want to know, but I just didn't want to say nothing because I'm over this.
I'm gonna say everything I feel because I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of it.
I can't believe she's actually for real.
Baby.
She's actually serious.
Oh, she's pretending to be. I think actually she wants to laugh because she knows she's full of shit. And she know what the truth of Miss Liz is saying. I think I cannot. I'm not gonna even do it. I am gonna hold some stuff back that I want to say because it's eventually gonna come out.
Ben Crump ain't gonna touch this. This has there's no one to sue. Who are you gonna sue? A 22-year-old boy that lived in the apartment next door? No,
you're right. There is nobody to sue. Who are they gonna sue?
They can't sue.
We want justice. Nobody's looking for money. We want justice. We want justice.
And how is Ben Crump gonna bring you? You don't want money. Ben Crump gets money. We've established that. That's what he is. He's a lawyer that gets money.
But wait a minute. She says she wants justice. He's been arrested. He's been
I remember Virginia.
Indicted.
Yes, thank you. She got me so fucking discombobulated. All they're waiting is for a court date.
Right.
That's where the justice really comes in. I mean, what more do you want, Mel?
But that's what I kept asking. What do you want? What more do you want?
I'm not understanding the truth.
Is there something else you want? What is Ben Crump going to get? Are Ben Crump going to come in and they're magically going to make a court date?
Yeah, what else do you? And don't tell me justice, damn it.
What the hell is a press conference gonna do?
Well, after he's convicted, she'll be able to do her press conference like the Gibbs family did, or Gibbs family, whatever it is. That's what she wants. She'll be able to do her press conference after she gets justice. I guess so. But again, why would Ben Crump speed them up? Any lawyer could speed them up. Any lawyer could ask questions. And I don't understand why why doesn't Jackie Foley have a lawyer?
Didn't she do a GoFundMe for a lawyer and cashed it in?
She's done. The family's done at least 2 GoFundMes that I know of. But
wow,
you don't have a lawyer. Most lawyers will take this just so they can speak for you. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them will do it pro bono because it'll get their name out there. Mm-hmm. Is it because you're asking for something that they can't give you? Is it because you're asking the lawyer to make this a hate crime and he's telling you it's not a hate crime and now you're not ready? Or just lawyers are just not interested? Again, this is all about money. I don't know very many lawyers that are out there going, I'm going to take one for the Gipper and just do this case for free. Not many lawyers. Most lawyers that do pro bono work, it's a reason why they're doing pro bono work.
They're going to get something out of it. You best believe that.
They're getting something. Their name is in the paper. Their name is somewhere. They're going to get other cases because of this case. There's plenty of them. Plenty of reasons why they would do this pro bono if you had a reason for them to do it. It's been almost 2 years and not one lawyer has stepped up to represent you. That confuses me.
Miss Virginia said we've been waiting 4 years for my granddaughter's trial, murder trial. Come on.
That's the way it happens.
Come on, Miss Virginia, speak the facts. That's facts.
You know, I've said this before. Until
can you imagine? How many people? If they felt like calling Ben Crump would get them a damn trial, they would be calling that man. Shit. I'll be calling them. The fuck?
But again, what is it going to do? They can't start a trial until both sides have said they're ready.
And what you want them to start a trial and not have all the evidence they need? Come on.
Crump doesn't have to be looking for money. He could simply want this mother to have justice. It's not always about the money. We want justice. We want a court date. We want to know why he didn't call 911. Why were you cleaning your gun in the middle of the night and it went through
That's what you get for the trial. Yes.
Can I point out Ben Crump can't prosecute this case neither?
Fact.
Ben Crump, he does. Ben Crump is a mouthpiece. If you ever notice, Ben Crump does not go into the courtroom and sit at the lawyer's table. Ben Crump sits in the audience with the family. Ben Crump is a mouthpiece. He directs what's going to happen, but he does not serve as the lawyer because he's not a lawyer in every single state.
Wow.
You can't step into a courtroom unless the judge recognizes you as a lawyer that is able to serve in that state.
Because he do be everywhere. I was like,
he got that jet. That's a supersonic jet. He'd be everywhere in hours. But I'm just saying he's there, and you always see him speaking, and then you see the attorney for the family. There's going to be other attorneys. Those are attorneys that are practicing in that state. It's not Ben Crump. I don't think Ben Crump has tried a case in years.
What? He's just the face.
Yes, he's just the face.
Wow.
He's the face.
And the mouthpiece, like you said.
He talks, he directs, and he tells them what he'd like to see.
Wow.
And he
is a slightly younger version of Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
Yeah, but again, Jesse Jackson never walked into a court. That's why these people that claim they're civil rights activists, like Essie Berry, I've never seen a civil rights activist ever try a case. Not one. You're not going to see Al Sharpton charging you money to go in there and be your lawyer. You're not going to find Jesse Jackson in there being your lawyer. They are supportive. They support the family. They speak on the family's behalf, but they don't try a case. They don't defend a case.
They are for the publicity.
Exactly.
Right.
They civil rights influencers.
Right. So what's the focus, Philip? Like, honestly, you keep hollering justice. Ben Crump ain't got nothing to do with no justice at all.
Oh, and you didn't call 911. Allegedly, you left a note.
Police department.
But what are they gonna do? What grounds though?
I don't know. But to call it a hate crime and to get people to call Ben Crump's office, to call the other lawyer's office, she's getting them all riled up. Please come with me. If we don't ask them, how will we get them? If we don't speak up, if the people had never spoken up in the 60s, where would we be, sir? You can't be silent. Sometimes if you
Girl, you silent because you don't know be nowhere. You don't be at the court hearings. You don't be at the sentencings. You weren't at that baby when they celebrated her on the anniversary. You sit right there at that desk with that same funky shirt on, running your mouth. That's all you do. All you do is spin record. I'm sorry, I went into my burning make mode.
Truth, I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What the hell what they did in the 60s?
60s was civil rights. I'm just saying. Did we asking for justice? She talking about civil rights. I don't know, Fawn. I don't know.
Okay, you know what? My head is hurting.
Please take an Advil and don't leave. I don't want you to leave.
It's International Women's Day fun. Be nice.
Oh, fuck this shit. It's almost over anyway.
Wow, fun. You sounded really angry.
I mean, listen. No. I can't stand for every woman. Child, it's hard.
Trey, we deal with a lot of angry women. I don't understand. We're just coming.
Fun said,
I wasn't
fuck
angry.
this shit.
I was not angry in the beginning of this live. But sitting here listening to this, she's making no sense whatsoever.
Let me see. I got Mad as a Mod. I got E-Brooks that's in and out. And I know you are because you nosy. I'm real pissed off with my mods. I'm going to say it out loud. So anybody, any mod that's watching this replay that's not on this panel, just know.
Keep in
I'm
mind,
feeling
this is
away.
your other channel that you ain't been on in a minute.
I don't give a fuck. I got like 30 mods on this channel.
They ain't get the notification. You ain't been over here. You got to get back in the
I've been on this channel. I've been on here. I started, last week?
Damn, you was gone for 7 months in YouTube
I don't
time.
give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care.
Stop throwing a tantrum, ma'am.
Yes, I am. I am. I really am.
Be happy. It's National Women's
Day. I'm happy. I'm happy. You good, man. Let's go.
You have to speak up. You have to stand up. And when you speak up, you just really need to be speaking about something that's relevant and not just be talking out of ignorance.
Stop right there.
Because this isn't the first time that we've heard about this.
I got you, Fawn. I got you.
Man,
go ahead, girl.
What you just said, apply it. She needs to apply what she just said to herself. Replay that shit again. She needs to apply it.
All right, hold on.
Fun, I like it when you bossy. Come on my show. Come on my show next time. I like it when you bossy.
It's pissing me off.
I ain't getting you no apology for what, E-Bruce? What you say? I had a penalty. Oh, okay. I apologize, E-Bruce.
Hit the link, E-Brooks.
I always get E-Brooks. E-Brooks. I'm sorry, E-Brooks.
Somebody to sue. Who are they gonna sue?
They can't sue. We want justice. Nobody's looking for money. We want justice.
I know, right, man?
We want justice. Ben Crump doesn't have to be looking for money. He could simply want this mother to have justice. It's not always about the money. We want justice. We want a court date. We want to know why he didn't call 911. Why were you cleaning your gun in the middle of the night and it went through the wall and you didn't call 911? Allegedly, you left a note.
Police department.
Well, what are they gonna do? What grounds though?
I don't know.
Right, Miss Lee.
But to call it a hate crime and to get people to call Ben Crump's office, to call the other lawyer's office, she's getting them all riled up. Please come with me. If we don't ask them, how will we get them?
I think that was very asinine of you to put those people information on your community wall and have random people, some who are psychotic. We do know some of these subscribers don't have, since God gave a limit, to put them folks information out there like that for people to make random calls. Y'all take this shit too. Y'all play too much. Y'all play too much putting addresses and phone numbers to contact, businesses and the military and shit of that name. Y'all are dumb. You're dumb as fuck. And you are trivializing this woman's case. Bunch of random people on YouTube calling them people. Most of them ain't got a damn high school diploma.
If we don't speak up, if the people had never spoken up in the 60s, where would we be, sir? You can't be silent. Sometimes if you fall for it, you have to speak up. You have to stand up. And when you speak up, you just really need to be speaking about something that's relevant and not just be talking out of ignorance.
That's what you're doing, ma'am. That's what you're doing.
Because this isn't the first time that we've heard about this. Essie Berry spoke the same words. This is a hate crime. No, it's not.
How do you know? What's your proof? Where's your proof that it isn't?
Where's your proof that it is? Huh, Rudolph? Where's your proof that it is?
I thought I pointed out all the things on why it's not a hate crime.
I think you did.
Yeah,
She's not listening. She's not listening to comprehend. This woman is like a motherfucking automated system. That's what she is. She's a fucking automated system.
But
period.
All she talks about is he didn't call 911. Well, he didn't call 911 because...
And that's why he's charged, part of the reason. Shit.
It wasn't because she was black he didn't call 911. He didn't think anything happened, or he thought, maybe, oh, shit, what do I do now? Maybe he panicked. That wasn't because the young lady was black. It was his stupidity.
But you know what? In that case, there's a whole lot of people that should be charged for hate crime. There's a lot of people that see shit going on and don't call 911. So it's a whole lot of people that should be charged with hate crime then.
I agree.
Case.
Come on, Fawn. Come on.
Not calling the police is a hate crime. Well, there's a whole lot of people that's guilty out here.
Child.
I'm just saying.
Facts.
Proof that it isn't, sir. Respect. But where's your proof that it isn't? We want justice for Carlita. Justice for Carlita. And we're calling on Ben Crump to step in and assist us. And yes, we're asking people to call Gwinnett County and ask them when will they give us a court date for Maxwell Williamson. Yes, we are. Please put the number in the chat, someone.
You asking the people to call the courts and ask for a court?
Dear God.
Jeez Louise. They should come arrest your ass for harassment at this point.
You do know that the district attorney's office will turn their answer machine on in a second after that third call comes in asking that same question. They just hit that little button to listen, to have people record. Go ahead, leave a message. Yeah, we're not answering.
Why would you have people to call the courts to ask the same damn question? If Miss Foley has called the courts and can't get an answer, what the hell you think make you believe that something's gonna move because you got random people on YouTube calling the courts, ma'am? Philip, you need to stop, honey.
Liz just said all day. It turned that answer machine on all day.
Come on, Miss Liz. Get a recording in a damn minute, and then the recording gonna say, due to high volume calls. Come on now. Due to the volume of calls.
They might even put the message, if you're calling about Carlita Foley, we are handling the situation. Thank you for calling. And be done with it. Yeah, so,
this is just dumb.
Tanya asked, has this man called her back? If someone from a law office called her back, you know damn well she'd have been on live with him on the phone.
Recorded conversation.
Recorded conversation. It would have been played all through the day if any law office had called her back.
E. Brooks say, I'm in an abusive relationship with my sis Truth. Get some damn therapy, E. Brooks, and leave me alone. He's not abusive.
I'm not saying you weren't doing your job, E. Brooks, but I'm just going by what Truth said. Don't kill the messenger.
And God is no, she's staying damn trouble.
Stop crying. She always crying.
and Keto and T, yeah, it's your shift now. Y'all crazy. I love y'all.
Accidental.
When was she killed? When was she killed?
September
What year?
of 2021. Arrested in the same, that 2 days later he had been arrested for the crime. It wasn't like they didn't arrest him, they arrested him. But if you let Philly Phil say it, he was loose on the streets by himself. Hey, babe.
See, come on, don't do that. This is a serious matter, sir. This is a serious matter. He was given a bond and released, and until Miss Foley reached out to me and we got involved in it, they were doing nothing. He was just out on, just roaming the streets, as you heard.
So you mean to tell me it was because of you sitting on your ass with that funky ass shirt on, running your mouth, is the reason why that man was indicted? No, ma'am. It's a process. It's a process.
You don't get a bond unless you're charged.
Exactly. You don't have to bond out unless you're charged.
Unless they criminally charge you with something, you don't need a bond.
She's trying. The only reason why it was any new movement because the case finally went to the grand jury and he was indicted, and you had nothing to do with that. That would be the investigators and the district attorney's office, ma'am. You had nothing to do with that. I don't give a damn how many calls you made, how many emails you sent, or how many letters you wrote, ma'am. That had nothing to do with you. Them folks can't move until they have the evidence.
And they're definitely not taking it to the grand jury unless they feel like they have enough evidence to indict.
The truth. Listen, in my son's case, they had video. They had lives that were done with my son laying on the ground. They had the dude was apprehended with a gun. They had all this evidence, man. They had a lot of evidence. And it still took 2 years for them to say, okay, we got enough. Let's go to the grand jury. They had witness statements. They had people that spoke to them the night it happened, which is the reason why they arrested him a couple of days later. He would have been arrested that night had he not ran. They had all of this. It still took 2 years for it to go to the grand jury.
And a lot of times they don't take it to grand juries unless it's something that will either ignite the community and make someone angry or something, or it's a high profile case. So if it's a high profile case, they will bring it to a grand jury because they want the grand jury to indict. So they can't say there's any bias or anything else. Because not everything goes to a grand jury.
The truth. Let me tell you this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. The reason why I know Philly Phil is full of shit. Oh, it's fun. I didn't even know fun had fallen off. Wait a minute. Where are my peoples? Fun. Okay, fun had fallen off. All right. The truth. Listen to me. They had actual video of the man standing over my son because he had initially shot him in the leg. and my son was running and he was bleeding out, so he fell to the ground, right? They had video of this man standing over my son shooting a gun. Is that not considered to be evidence? Is that not the crime being caught on video?
Yes.
2 years to go to the grand jury.
They may all, but again, if you take someone to the grand jury, then the trial begins. They can't search for other people. They may have felt there was more people involved in this than just him.
And they still do.
So
They still do.
They cross their T's and dot their I's. It
Philadelphia need to stop.
it doesn't take it doesn't take a minute to investigate these things. They want to make sure that they have everyone. And then again, when the process gets too long and they can't find anyone else, then they take it to the grand jury. So they
In the words that they told me, when all leads are exhausted.
Exactly. And that's why I get so mad when people like Philly Phil do what they do. When you start talking your bullshit online, you get a bunch of crazy people calling and making all kinds of fucking weird claims and shit. Now, okay, now I gotta investigate this.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times they don't want tip lines because every tinfoil wearing hat motherfucker.
Oh my god! And the worst thing you can do is offer a reward.
You offer a reward. Every crackhead saw something.
Well, oh my god! And they have to investigate everything.
Every lead has to be investigated. That's why usually when you do a tip line, there's a task force.
Yes.
Because you're going to need it. Because every crazy is going to come out. And then you're going to have idiots calling in and confessing. I did it.
Yeah.
I did it.
So a family member, so somebody else can get them. It's a mess.
It's ridiculous. And a lot of times they don't let, it takes a while because they have to make sure that they have everyone. Mm-hmm. Because reasonable doubt can be cast if the defense can pull up another person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't do it. Jimmy Joe did it. And then you start looking, and Jimmy Joe was involved. Well, how come Jimmy Joe wasn't arrested? Why was my client the only one arrested?
I'm still waiting for a particular person to be arrested. All they keep telling me is she's being investigated. That's it. We got 30 more minutes, y'all, and then I'm going to get off of here. Y'all, please hit the like button. Feel free to hit the cash app, support the channel. Miss Virginia said, truth, eyewitness saw my granddaughter's boyfriend shooting her in the head, but other things has come up involving the gun he used. Come on, Miss Virginia. It's a lot, y'all. It's a lot.
Ballistics, if that gun was used in any other crime,
yes,
in any other murders, and the ballistic comes back, they're going to start interviewing him for that.
Come on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And instead of one murder, they may charge him with 5 murders.
And they're going to investigate all those murders with the initial investigation.
Exactly.
Y'all pray for Miss Virginia. She's going through a lot.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of moving parts that a lot of people don't know about investigations.
That's why she shouldn't get up here with these old asinine ass scenarios. It hurts my soul.
Causing people to call in with assumptions, causing people. I mean, why do you think? I mean, a lot of people. I have a long history with Essie Berry, and it's personal for me because of a family.
Yeah, I heard you talk about it. But whatever went on as far as your family member, the truth, you have my prayers.
But I'm just saying, it's basically those things. When you start saying those off the wall things, you start accusing people of crimes. That's why I get so angry when I hear fake empaths talk about Jay-Z had him did this, Drake had him done. You're accusing someone of a crime, and your only evidence is that you believe that a spirit came to you and told you this.
Just anything for fucking YouTube, just to make a video, or what I'm saying, like, honestly.
You know, and then you're going to tell me that it was a sacrifice. As soon as they say the word sacrifice,
Who gives a fuck if it's a sacrifice or not? You still want who did it.
I just want to choke them.
And I don't even believe that shit. I don't even listen.
I just want to choke.
That's a whole other realm.
Sacrifice for what? Do you even know what sacrifice means, you idiots? It's
Come
sacrifice
on.
to make something for you better, and so that's why I get so mad.
You know, somebody said that about me, Ron.
Really?
You know, somebody said that about me, right?
You
a content creator literally said. A content creator literally said on that platform that I sacrificed my son.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I do. I believe it. But they get mad at me when I say it, because I've done videos where I'd be like, "Well, maybe you sacrificed your mama," and then they get mad. Well, how could you say that? That's terrible. You say that. Well, maybe you did. Maybe you did.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I ain't gonna never say that person's name, but I heard it. Somebody sent it to me. I would have never heard it. Somebody sent that shit to me. Somebody said that shit. Sacrifice for what?
To do what?
Sacrifice what? Because my life, as far as my life has sacrifice for what? Because it ain't bring me no joy. It ain't bring me no happiness. None of that. So what did I sacrifice them for? Motherfucking idiots. The fuck is the sacrifice for?
But it's the same thing when you're claiming a hate crime, because you're making the same people run and just repeat what you're saying. And then pretty soon it gets around. Now 10 people are talking about it was a hate crime. Oh, it was a hate crime. Did you see that? That was a hate crime. Now you got 10 people saying it. Then 10 people turn into 20 people. It's not true.
These people are dumb as fuck. I cannot.
And she keeps saying, well,
I'm sorry. Don't be roaming the streets and that. I'm sorry, did you go ahead? I'm sorry.
But what proof do you have? What proof do you have that it wasn't a hate crime? Well, what proof do you have that it was? I could return that back on you.
Yes. Absolutely.
That is a fact. I don't care what you say. I take credit for that, along with everyone that
called. You take credit for what?
Called and emailed.
Hold on.
Because this isn't the first time that we've heard about this. Essie Berry spoke the same words. This is a hate crime. No, it's not.
How do you know? What's your proof? Where's your proof that it isn't? Where's your proof that it isn't, sir? Respectful. Where's your proof that it isn't? We want justice for Carlita. Justice for Carlita. And we're calling on Ben Crump to step in and assist us. And yes, we're asking people to call Gwinnett County and ask them when will they give us a court date for Maxwell Williamson. Yes, we are. Please put the number in the chat, someone.
The accidental.
So when was she killed? When was she killed?
September.
What year?
Of 2021. Arrested in the same, that 2 days later he had been arrested for the crime. It wasn't like they didn't arrest him. They arrested him. But if you let Philly Phil say it, he was loose on the streets by himself.
Hey, but see, come on, don't do that. This is a serious matter, sir. This is a serious matter. He was given a bond and released, and until Miss Foley reached out to me and we got involved in it, they were doing nothing. He was just out on, just roaming the streets, as you put it. Okay, roaming the streets, and that is a fact. I don't care what you say.
He's still roaming the streets. He's still roaming the street. He made bail. He's still roaming the streets. So what are you gonna do? You gonna revoke his bail?
What is she taking credit for?
She's taking credit for the fact that the case was taken to the grand jury. He was indicted. That's what she's taking credit for. I thought the investigators were. I thought the district attorney, had parts in that. I didn't know she had parts in that.
Well, if I remember right, she didn't go to the meeting with the district attorney. With Jackie.
I don't think she was there neither.
She didn't make a phone call or a video about that. People were actually asking her, did Miss Foley go to the district attorney? What happened? Essie Berry surely didn't go with her. And wasn't Jackie Foley angry because nobody came with her?
Not even some family members.
Yes, not even some family members showed up.
I remember that.
And she was throwing some shade, wasn't she? But that nobody came with her? That she
I
had to
remember
do it alone?
I remember that. Come on.
And now all of a sudden, you
I take credit for that, along with everyone that called.
Hold on. Go ahead, D-True.
But now she got her cheerleading outfit on again, and
and she's taking credit.
Yeah, you taking credit for what? You didn't come. You didn't go. You didn't do anything.
You do shit.
I made some phone calls.
Anybody can sit on their ass and type an email, make a phone call, girl. Sit on a talk show with that funky shirt on, telling the same lie.
I made an email right to the district attorney, and I told him exactly what Jackie Foley was about to do. Jackie Foley's about to come to your office with a phone in her pocket and have a YouTuber online streaming it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Well, damn.
Told her who the YouTuber was and what was going to happen. Said, she's going to be in the office with a phone in her pocket, and they're going to be streaming. And supposedly this lady going to get on the phone and ask you a bunch of questions. I didn't know that, that was even, a part of the process, that you're going to have your phone and stream on the on live while you do this. And I don't think I will email the Attorney General if I feel like it.
Well, geez Louise. Come on with it.
Been emailed.
Mama, I see you. He was loose on the streets. No one cared. They were letting him go. No, he had been charged with it. He posted bond. And they took it to the grand jury.
Thank y'all so much for the lights. I appreciate that, y'all. Thank you so much.
They also believe that he should have been charged.
So he was indicted by the grand jury. He just hasn't went to trial yet.
And we want a trial date, Miss Liz. We want a trial date. Come on, that was last year when they arraigned him. We want a date set for his trial. This man deserves his day in court.
I thought you wanted hate crime.
Girl, there's nothing you can do about it. Do you want this case? Do you want this man to be convicted? Do you want this man to be convicted? If you do, shut the fuck up and get back to work. Because the wheels of justice turn slow.
Do you want
and them folks ain't gonna rush. Them people are not gonna rush to set a trial date if they're not ready to go to trial.
Well, but does she want a trial date, or does she want to be charged with a hate crime?
Which one? Because she's evading it. You said it in the beginning. Yeah. She's evading that question.
Yeah, she keeps ducking the hate crime thing and keeps bringing up trial date. That's not what you said, and that's not what I was arguing about, and that's not what I was angry about. I was angry because you called it a hate crime, and now all of a sudden all you talk about is a trial date. And why didn't he call police? Well, okay, you're absolutely right. He didn't call police, and he should be held accountable for that.
That has nothing to do with it being a hate crime.
Exactly. But you wanted a hate crime.
He was an idiot.
Yeah. Now you want a trial. But you never mentioned you want a hate crime. But that's what you said. You said you wanted it to be a hate crime.
He deserves his day in court. Look at her.
Look at her. Carlita is beautiful. Let me put her up, y'all. Let me put the victim up. Beautiful young woman. Didn't deserve it. Did not deserve it. Period. She could have been saved. We will never know. But you got to speak the facts.
The coroner stated that she died immediately.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
She was shot in the head. I mean, maybe 2%.
I just said that because I know some people that I've seen where somebody was shot in the head and they actually survived.
I don't. They didn't say she bled out. They said she was shot in the head. They would have mentioned that she died.
So it was instantaneous.
Yeah, they that's what I believe. I think that's what they were saying, that she
Oh
died.
wow.
There was you know, like I said, maybe 2% of people survive
Yeah, it's not a lot. Not a
getting
lot.
shot in the head.
And it depends on
Very
where the bullet lands or where the bullet
exactly.
comes. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so sad. For the feel,
And
I'm
and
angry. I'm
and
sorry.
I
I'm
know
angry.
I don't want to be gross, and I don't want to be, but uh, there must not have been a large amount of blood
Yeah, for the son to just say she was
because
unresponsive because
yeah,
when she talked, I didn't hear anything about the son saw blood or anything like that. Now, whether he
yeah,
did or
there
not,
was
I don't
no
know.
yeah, must not have been a large amount of blood because he said she was unresponsive. Uh, uh, but you got to understand something. Blood stops when the heart stops.
When the heart starts, no more pumping.
Yeah, you're gonna have
Yeah,
some, but yeah, not a lot. As long as
yeah,
the heart is pumping, the blood will continue to come out.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I know that's morbid. I know that's more you
No,
want to
not
hear,
really. Not really.
but
You put it in a good way. Not really.
that's exactly what happens. Once the heart stops, the blood stops pumping.
Yeah. I don't think she suffered, Tanya. And then she was asleep. So
He deserves his day in court, and we need answers. Now,
They have not set a trial date. Remember, there's a lot of plea bargaining going on. There's a lot of things that they're going there. There's a lot of things that are going.
how do you know that, sir? How do you know? How do you know what they're doing? How do you know? How do you know? I'm just asking. If you know something that we don't know, enlighten us.
Into the motions of trying to set a deal. But yeah, he very could well cop a deal, and he could serve maybe 5 years, maybe maybe yeah. He could cop a deal for 10 and do 5. But to call it, know if he's ever been in trouble. To call it a hate crime is just irresponsible. You know what? Stop giving Jackie Foley this false hope. Stop pumping her up to yell and scream and then go around.
First of all, Miss Foley isn't yelling and screaming. But if she wanted to, she lost her daughter. She could scream. Who should care if she yells and screams? She lost her daughter. And no one has been held accountable for it, sir.
that's a lie. That's a lie. Nobody was held accountable for it. He wouldn't have been arrested. That's a lie. Do you know how many people out here in this world that have lost family members and nobody literally has not been held accountable? Unsolved cases, cold cases that you say you have cracked with your lying ass. It's people out here that literally don't even know who killed their family member, ma'am. You shouldn't do that.
So Daly asked, he doesn't have a criminal record. Is there a real possibility that he gets probation
I
only?
doubt it. I doubt it.
I doubt it too. I doubt he's going to get probation only. Uh, it was a death. It was stupid. And I don't think Jackie Foley's going to sign off on that, to be honest. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. They do come to you if there's a plea.
Absolutely.
And they do ask you what your thoughts on it.
Absolutely.
Sometimes they don't listen to the family. Most of the times
They do.
they do.
They don't want outrage.
Yes, they definitely
They
do
don't
not
want
want outrage. And the being a white male killed a black female, I don't think the plea bargain is going to be no jail time.
No, sir.
And it's sad that it has to break down to being white and black.
Do you not know these people actually come to people and ask whether or not they want the death penalty implement it?
Yes, because
They do that. They ask the family.
Many people are against the death penalty. So
and they ask it. They
and
do.
The worst thing you could have, and Liz, if Liz is still there, she can attest. The worst thing you could have is the family to come out and say we didn't want the death penalty, because now you're making the prosecutors look like the bad guy. Well, we wanted to prosecute. The family didn't. Family asked us not to, but we thought we should. But that makes the prosecutors look like the bad guys.
Yeah.
And but the family pleading, we didn't want the death penalty. We don't think he should be. It should be a death penalty. That's a bad look on all sides. So they normally don't do it if the family.
You got to understand that the court system and the district attorney's office is supposed to be for the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And
they
a lot
of
times the family may ask for the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
But again, a death penalty requires a second trial. They after they're convicted, then the judge has to
another phase.
Have his own phase of the trial to see if it should be either the death penalty or commuted to a a life imprisonment with no parole. So there's another whole part of the trial that you may get, and it will drag on even more.
Right. Facts.
So that's why a lot of times, if you come in and ask for the death penalty, they may not give it to you. They don't think that
sometimes the death penalty is not warranted or is not legally a death penalty case. It has to be a death penalty case for it to even come up.
Yes, and death penalty cases are usually that there was no remorse. They did this without any kind of human being feelings. That this was a premeditated and calculated, cold-blooded murder.
Facts.
Those are death penalty reasons,
and
those all have to be proven.
Thanks. All right, y'all. We got like 10 minutes. Okay, here we go. I thank y'all for staying in this live this long and supporting. I do. I appreciate the likes. I do.
Liz, do you have children?
Wow. What warranted her to say that? Let me go back because I forgot. Let's see.
I think somebody called Liz a man.
Huh?
I think somebody called Liz a man.
Idiots, man. Just idiots.
Just irresponsible. You know what? Stop giving Jackie Foley this false hope. Stop pumping her up to yell and scream and then go around.
First of all, Miss Foley isn't yelling and screaming. But if she wanted to, she lost her daughter. She could scream to the high heavens. Who should care if she yells and screams? She lost her daughter. And no one has been held accountable for it, sir. Liz, do you have children?
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Justice is being served. They've arrested him. He will go to trial. He will see a courtroom, and he will be found guilty of manslaughter because that's exactly what it is. An accidental discharge of your weapon, which a homicide occurs, is manslaughter. He wasn't angry at her. There was no possible way he could have figured out where she was in that apartment. Just stop it.
Sir, their bedrooms were right next to each other. And anyone that's ever lived in an apartment, and I have, you can hear everything through those walls.
And you're idiotic to keep stating that because you claim, and it is claimed, and it is said that she was asleep. So sound and hearing, I guess what you're trying to say that he knew that was her bedroom, I guess. But by her being asleep, there was no movement. There was no sound. There was no him knowing that she was in the bed.
how do you know she was in the bed? How did he know she was in the bed sleep? How did he know she was
Exactly.
on the couch sleep? How did he even know she was home?
Exactly, Fawn.
Come on
Exactly.
with the bullshit, man. Come on now.
Well, here's a note: the district attorney that's, I guess, trying this case, isn't she black?
I don't know. You probably know more than I do. I don't know
Yeah,
if she.
I think she is. Liz, Liz, isn't she? I think she is African American. If I think I'm
I
correct.
wonder. It's just dumb. It's just
Yeah, yeah, she
what
is.
I
she.
mean, did he hear her snoring through the wall? I mean, how did he know she
Even
was in the bed?
even okay, think about it. Even if he heard her snoring, it echoes. It's a room. It's going to echo. How do you pinpoint where the sound is coming from? You know what?
But how
If
did
that
she know? How did he know where exactly in that bedroom where her bed was placed?
does she have? Maybe she had a twin size bed. That's the because if she had a king size bed or a queen size bed, I wouldn't know which side she was laying on.
Exactly. It don't make sense to me. Well, let
And
me say she don't make sense.
yeah, but I did not know that it went through the headboard until Philly Phil said something, because she said that Carlita, Jackie Foley wanted the headboard.
But why?
I don't know. She just said she wanted it,
Oh
but I
wow.
don't know how she could have got it
I think
because
Jackie
that's
Foley needs to. I think Jackie Foley needs to stop talking to Philly Phil as far as the case is concerned. Now, I'm not saying she shouldn't talk to her for support. I'm not saying that. But as far as this case, that means she's putting out things that people don't know about the case.
she.
Mhm.
Philly Phil said that there was a hole in the headboard and that they want the headboard back. They can't get the headboard. It's evidence.
My God, today.
But why are you so concerned about everybody else's child? I'm going on mute. Never mind.
So
Miss
I don't
Leah
know.
said,
In many apartments, they don't normally put the bedrooms back to back, do they?
I don't know. You had the layout.
Yeah, but most of them weren't like back to back. There was always a half a wall or whatever. They don't
I'm gonna
normally
just
put.
say this. I've stayed in an apartment and I've stayed in a townhouse, right? I've never heard activities in anybody's bedroom. Ever. I haven't. I'm just saying that's just me.
What
Nah,
most people don't put their headboards against a wall that you're sharing for obvious reasons. They don't want
mhm.
the headboard banging against the wall while you're getting
Right,
busy.
right.
I mean, that headboard be banging a lot in your house. Truth, I'm just saying they
You
wouldn't
know,
basically.
well, I mean, the facts are the facts. We present the facts.
they,
Bedroom boom over here.
yeah,
Yeah.
they don't normally. You don't want
These
your
two throwing
headboard.
shade at you, baby. Tony just walked in the door. What's that noise? D2 throwing shade at you, baby. He throwing shade. He said that we don't want our headboard up against a wall where somebody else is next door. But that's true though. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't know. You normally want a wall away so that it doesn't happen like that. So your
Right.
neighbors aren't hearing you get your head banged off the headboard. See what I'm
Right.
saying? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just common
Yeah.
sense to
I
not
got a
put your.
couple of knots and
Yeah.
things.
Thank you for the information. I'm just saying it's like so. I'm trying to think that was he in the living room when he was cleaning his gun? Was he in his
Miss
bedroom?
Lynn said. Now Miss Lynn said that means he had to be cleaning the gun in the living room. That's what Miss Lynn said.
Well, yeah, that makes sense because you usually clean it on a table. You don't usually clean it on your bed.
Right. Right. Yeah. All right, y'all. Let's continue. I'm trying to get this. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm trying to do. This video is an hour and 37 minutes. We're at the 27-minute mark, and I'm literally trying to stop right at 37 minutes. So when we come back, we can just have an hour left. So if y'all in, we're gonna keep going until we at least get to the 37-minute mark. Now, if y'all are sick of this, tired or whatever, let me know, and we'll end it in a few minutes. If not, we'll keep going. Okay. I'm enjoying it. I don't know about y'all, but I think it's.
Put a one in the chat if I'm talking too much. Oh,
I don't think you ever talk too much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as me, I just like to hear your. Because I know you know what you're talking about. Now, if you was talking like a Nard father, then we would have been off of here. Just saying.
your son, your son, your son.
Yeah.
For the
If
big
Trey was
son.
talking, because Trey goes in and out of personalities and things, then we probably would, that's just weird.
Know it. And you know it. And you do not know everything, sir. Respectfully, you do not know everything.
Neither do you.
Well, I think in Miss Foley's case, some hope is better than no hope at all.
Thank you, Miss Liz.
Again, I understand, but if you're getting justice,
You shouldn't have false hopes. And I get what Miss Liz is saying, because that's true. That's an absolute fact. But you shouldn't be feeding her false hopes.
what else do you want?
We don't have justice, sir. He has not been to. We do not have justice yet. We do not have justice. So that's an incorrect statement.
Huh.
I think she's.
Come on, Liz.
Do they even have an? Well, I don't know. I can't speak on that because I couldn't.
You could never understand. Say it. You want to say that, but you don't want to offend him. I know what you want to say.
How do you know, Baldy? How do you know what she wants to say? I think Miss Liz does very well in saying what she wants to say. How do you know what she wants to say, Smarty?
Liz is very dramatic and she never holds back.
You gonna leave Miss Liz alone? She's not dramatic. Leave her alone. Y'all say that about my fun beaver. Y'all gonna leave them alone. Now,
In that situation, you can't.
To me,
you could never understand. I don't understand.
If Philly Phil is trying to gain viewership off this and acting like she,
I am not trying to gain no views. I wish everybody and their mama would start talking about this case.
hey Jizzle.
I truly do.
We are, and she's unhappy with that.
Yeah, she's gonna throw shade about me speaking on it. Watch and see what I tell you.
We are talking about it. You just don't like the way we're talking about it.
Yeah, she's gonna throw shade. I can guarantee you. Hey, my brother Jizzle, love you. She's gonna throw shade about me talking about it. Now, she said several times that she wants people to do commentary on this case, but I can guarantee you that she's gonna throw shade about us covering this case, because anybody can do it but us. Anybody can do it but Veil. Anybody can do it but Chronicle Speak. Anybody can do it, other than the people she don't rock with. Come on, bro. She's full of shit.
See, because then maybe people would see that it is getting some views and people would start talking about it if they saw that it was getting more views. I surely do. I wish people would start talking about it. Justice for Carlita.
I'm not playing with you today.
In videos. I wish that when I went live that I would get 2,000 people in here talking about this like I did with Tim Norman, and then bam, bam, everybody, hey, let's talk about it. Let's make more videos. Yes, I truly do wish that.
We know it. We know you want them people in that chat, girl. We know it. We know it.
But she just said she's not doing it for the views.
Exactly.
But she wants 2,000 people. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah, me too, fine. Me too.
The more the merrier. Justice for Carlita. Everybody join in, please. If you have a channel, let's talk about it. Sometimes it's...
Here we go. We talking about it. Can you answer some of my questions when you go live? Because I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Can you answer some of the questions that we have? Because you're not making sense, ma'am. You're an opportunist, and I'm going to stand on that until you show us different. You're feeding, you're like somebody says, you're doing the most, and you're playing on this woman's top, and that's why I cannot with you.
It's not always about the views. It's not. It's not. It's about justice. Okay?
Helping someone. Well, help them correctly.
Fact.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't.
Help them.
You can't.
By seeing that this isn't a hate crime, and that keep pushing for the manslaughter charges to go through. Keep pushing that he gets the maximum sentence allowed in that state. That's what you do. You don't make up shit like a hate crime.
First of all, sir, no one's making up anything.
You did.
Making up
you made up the hate crime because he's not charged with a hate crime, ma'am. You put that out there in the atmosphere. You did that. And to be honest, if you felt that way and you text that to that law firm, why put it out on your community wall? Why? When the hate crime is not out there in the atmosphere, nobody's saying it, nobody's thinking it, why would you put it out there? Why? You're tainting the case. That woman deserves justice. Her daughter deserves justice. Her son deserves it. And what you did when you put that out there, you put a whole new spin on that case. And you're doing it for your own good. Period. Period.
And you do not know all of the evidence that they have. You do not know. You don't know the history.
If they had the evidence of a hate crime, if they knew of a history that would indicate a hate crime, Maxwell Williamson would be charged with a hate crime. And to be honest, we're not going to get into it today because it's at the end of this live. But we are going to listen to it, right? That's why when Moneyboy Trey brought up that other case that was a hate crime and the people were charged as a hate crime, that's why you hung up on them. That's why you hung up on them, ma'am. That's why you hung up on them. Because it shows that if the police had any evidence of it being a hate crime, he would be charged with a hate crime.
It would have been moved to murder.
Thank you. Thank
if
you.
There was any evidence of a hate crime or any premeditation or any reason that he singled her out to murder her, it would have been raised to murder, and it will not still be manslaughter. And the grand jury would not have found him on manslaughter charges. They would have found him on murder 1 or 2.
Thank you.
Not manslaughter.
Thank you.
So there is no evidence that there's a hate crime because it stayed the same as they charged him in the original count.
And if you felt like it was a hate crime, you would respect the fact that there's no trial date yet and that they're still investigating, and you would allow them to investigate and to come to that conclusion and shut your fucking mouth. Full of shit.
But again, she throws at us, what proof do you have that it's not a hate crime? Well, we're asking you, what proof do you have that it was?
Facts.
Show us. You could have came over here and discussed your case. That link was dropped a few times, and you could have told us why you believe it was a hate crime. Because all I've heard you say in this 37 minutes that we've played is, why didn't he call the police? That's it. That's all.
Why didn't he call the police? And we all can contest to the fact that he was an idiot. He was a 22-year-old idiot, and most 22-year-olds are idiots. Period. We know this.
Know everything. You don't. I know you think you know everything, but you truly don't.
You don't sit up here and make believe that this is a hate crime that he did. And they're throwing around that he should go to prison for life. Prison for life. Let me tell you something. I will stand on the other side of the wall.
I'm gonna say I don't recall. I mean, I do not recall us saying that over here. We've just been saying justice for Carlita.
So, do you recall her saying anything about he should go to prison for life?
Essie Berry said he should go to prison for life.
Oh, Essie. Okay.
To get a court date. If you have that recorded somewhere where I said that, then I will own it and stand up to it. But I do not recall saying that, sir.
And you could shoot at me through the other side of the wall, and I'll bet you won't hit me. Only get one.
How do you know the bullet won't hit you, sir? Especially if someone knows if they can hit. You know what? I hope that never happens to you. I'll just leave it
Your
at that.
dumb ass was finna say, especially if they knew where your bed was, and you know that man did not know where that woman's bed was.
Well, no, she was about to say if they could hear you.
Oh, wow. There we go again with the just being an idiot. Just being an idiot.
Just because you hear me in one spot, why couldn't I just move? I could have been talking and then I walked over here.
That man had to be literally like up against the wall, actually really paying attention to this woman's movements. And there's no way that Philly Phil or anybody can prove that shit. Like, honestly.
But
Was he a
listen,
stalker?
when my kids were younger, I can hear them in their room. I can hear noise, but I couldn't tell you where they were standing, where they were positioned in their bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I could just
Come on.
hear the noise coming from the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in the same damn house.
Mm. Come on, Fawn.
Oh yeah, what are you doing? You get what I'm saying? I don't know
She
where they
keeps speaking as if this man know exactly where that woman was in her bedroom. That's how she's speaking.
And then when you got there, they were all laying in their bed sleep.
Right.
It's weird. It's weird.
I mean, even if you took it before a jury trial, I don't think a jury would convict him on maybe reckless homicide.
Yeah, but I don't think they have that in Georgia. They don't have third degree homicide or murder. They have first, second,
reckless homicide, manslaughter.
Well, you two appear to know so much about justice and the court system.
And they do. Which is the reason why you're intimidated by them. They do. You don't. You don't, ma'am. They do. Period.
Enlighten us. What else do we need to do? What are we doing wrong? We just want justice for Carlita. If it's right and it'll help us, we don't care where it comes from.
Can I tell her where she's going wrong?
Exactly. You sure can. Shut the fuck up.
You're talking.
Thank you.
That's where you're going wrong. You're talking.
Thank you. Exactly. That's why this live and listen. Philip felt the way about this live. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why Philip felt a way about this live. It's sort of kind of the same way she feels about Rivka. Y'all notice whenever Rivka comes out and speaks, she feels a way about Rivka. Because to be honest, no matter what Rivka feels about me in this moment, Rivka knows some truth about Philip. And Philip knows that Rivka can speak some truths about her. And it's the same with this live. She knows that live, that the truth and Miss Lee's conducted was full of knowledge, it was full of facts, and it made her look like an ass. Period. Period. That's why she's sitting up there crying, whining, repeating the same shit over and over and over again.
That's what they're gonna. That's what they're gonna give them. But you're on YouTube making a fool out of yourself, PP. Billy Phil, you stopped by the other day. Stop by now. I'll tell you exactly what.
Well, I'm here, and I don't think I'm making a fool out of myself, asking for justice for Carlita. This mother wants justice.
You're making a fool of yourself, putting it out there that this is a hate crime. You absolutely are. It has nothing to do with justice for Carlita. Because the truth wants justice, Miss Lee's want justice, hell, we all want justice. It's a tragedy. It was unnecessary. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened.
Justice for her daughter. Jackie Foley wants justice for her daughter. And you don't, and this isn't about views. It's 101 people in here. I don't care if I only get two. Just watch the video. And if you're a content creator, make a video. Make a video about it.
I am.
Okay?
I am. I'm gonna make several. Be careful of what you ask for, because you done pissed me off.
But yet
you done pissed me off playing on that woman's top. You done pissed me off.
But yet you're playing my video about the subject as if I was wrong to do it.
Facts. I don't even like talking about this woman on my channel. But this right here, oh, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna speak. Oh, yeah.
Hey, join us. We need all the help we can get. Call Gwinnett County. Say we need a court date set for Maxwell Williamson.
And what we do know is that calling Gwinnett County asking for a court date is not going to get a court date. I know that. I can call these people every day. Can y'all please set a court date? Every day that this dude sits in jail, even though his bond is $500,000. Hell, his people may hit the lottery. They may be able to post it. He may be able to be walking the streets. And I can call every day and ask these people, can you please set a court date? What is that going to do? What is that going to change? The court date is going to be set when the court date is changed. See, if you had this argument for a family that wasn't getting justice, I would have some type of respect for you. But you pick and choose what you choose to cover. And it's a reason for that. And you know that these people are going to get justice. You know that the wheels of justice are spinning. They're just spinning slow. They're almost at the finish line. And that's why you chose to take it up. See, you're not going to go and entertain a family that don't know who murdered their loved one, or there has not been an arrest or anything of that nature. You're not going to do that. But that right there requires work, real work. You like to take a case that is already being, that's already moving. And so once the victory is won, you like to take credit, right? Same thing with the Tim Norman trial. You're like a ambulance chasing lawyer who's not going to hop on the case unless they feel like they can win it. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. And you are playing on this woman's top. And if I came across you, a person like you in real life that came to me and called themselves wanting to help me with my son's case, I would kick your ass up out my house. I've had people come to me. I'm being honest. But in situations like this, if a person's not going to do you good, why entertain them? Phil, you are fucking up this case for this woman. No. I'm not gonna say you're fucking up the case. I'm gonna say you're fucking up the communications and the interactions between this woman and the people that are actually doing the fucking work. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're fucking it up. And that's just facts. This woman is speaking to you and you're coming out talking about things that she's talking to you about. And it's having the people that's literally in charge of getting justice for her daughter not wanting to speak to her. Because she's confided into you. And you're using it for your good. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. And you're disgusting. I said it. You're the lowest of the low. To use somebody else's pain for your purpose. You're disgusting.
He needs to have his day in court. He deserves it.
That you're doing wrong and why you're wrong in every means. I would expect a mother to act this way because she's upset of the situation. But you're
upset, try distraught, try heartbroken, try. There's no words to explain.
Own woman exploiting the situation.
I'm exploiting the situation.
Yes, you are.
To get justice for Carly.
You're not doing anything to get justice for her, though, ma'am. That's what those people in the DA's office, in the investigators, are doing. You're doing nothing by you putting that one statement out there. And see, this is the thing. Y'all let me know on the panel if I'm overreacting, because y'all know y'all know this is personal for me. Can y'all tell me if I'm wrong for feeling that even if Philip reached out to this law firm and said what she said, did she have to put it on YouTube? Her communications with this law firm, did she have to put it out there?
Yes, because she wanted everybody to know she was working on the case more than Miss Foley.
I'm not asking for what her agenda is. I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. In her doing what she's doing to so-called get justice, everything you do, as far as if you're doing it from your heart, if you're doing it to help Miss Foley, does everything you have is everything that you're doing have to be put on YouTube?
Nope. Especially it's an ongoing case. You get what I'm saying? It's an ongoing. It hasn't been sealed. So yeah, you doing this in the way you're doing it.
I would even give her credit. I would even give her credit for reaching out, Fawn, to that law firm. If she didn't feel like she had to advertise the fact that she did it, that lets me know that you're doing it for show.
Right.
But you know what it did show? That the law firm didn't reach back out to her.
They see what she's doing.
She would. She put the guy asked her, "Hi, my name is so and so Lopez with this firm," and then she texts, but there's no return text. And we know she would have shown that return text if it had come through,
or had it been in her favor.
Yes, exactly.
We're at 33, y'all, trying to get to 37.
If I'm exploiting this situation, put a 1 in the chat. If I'm not, put a 10 in the chat, because I am not exploiting this situation. We want justice. You know, I'm just going to come on here just every day. Justice for Carlita. We want people to talk about it. We want more people to talk about it. We want videos. We want Al, we'll take Al Sharpton. We want Ben Crump.
It's a tragic accident. Just like Cynthia just said, a tragic accident. Does he have to pay? Yes, he should pay.
Well, glad you agree on that.
Because as a gun owner, you are responsible for what you do. Absolutely. Well, grown woman, I understand. If she is raising money for her grandson, and
this is not about money. Ain't nobody raising no money. Ain't nobody raising no money.
Oh, that's a lie. She did raise money, ma'am. I'm not saying it was wrong, but she did raise money. She raised money. She got money, and she still doesn't have a lawyer. Don't lie. You have to be honest. She did raise money.
There was a GoFundMe account. People, that has been long. Truly do.
Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I messed up. Hold on. I hit my damn screen. Hold on, y'all. Oh, I can go back to, let me see, we were at 33. I'm sorry.
It's about trying to get justice for Carlita. If I'm exporting this situation, put a 1 in the chat. If I'm not, put a 10 in the chat. Because I am not exporting this situation. We want justice. I'm just going to come on here just every day. Justice for Carlita. We want people to talk about it. We want more people to talk about it. We want videos. We want Al. We'll take Al Sharpton. We want Ben Crump.
It's a tragic
This lady
accident.
forgot who she emailed. Damn
Just like Cynthia.
Yeah, did y'all recognize that she almost said Al Sharpton? Al Sharpton. It's the publicity for me. That's all this is about. This is about yeah.
He just said a tragic accident. Does he have to pay? Yes, he should pay.
Well, glad you agree on that.
Because as a gun owner, you are responsible for what you do. Absolutely. Well, grown woman, I understand. If she is raising money for her grandson, and
this is not about money. Ain't nobody raising no money. Ain't nobody raising no money. There was a GoFundMe account. People, that has been long gone. They raised money. They went down there for I think it was for the 1-year anniversary of it.
So are you insinuating that they used the money to go to because the Miss Foley is I think is in Houston, Texas, and no. So are you insinuating that the money was used to travel for a 1-year anniversary? Because I thought the money was for a lawyer. I'm just asking.
I thought the money was for the grandson.
That's what I thought, not to travel. I'm just asking. Because I think you're talking a little bit too much. I think you need to be quiet.
There seems to be a GoFundMe still up. It says
Are you serious?
$970 raised, a $15,000 goal. It doesn't say that it's been cashed in or anything. It says it's still active.
Wow.
Let me read more. Let me see, but I don't think it's still going.
Oh wow. Okay.
I can still donate and everything. So how is
So
this?
is that another lie? Let's go back. Let's listen to that again. Let's go back a little.
Just like Cynthia just said, a tragic accident. Does he have to pay? Yes, he should pay.
Well, glad you agree on that.
Because as a gun owner, you are responsible for what you do. Absolutely. Well, grown woman, I understand. If she is raising money for her grandson, and
this is not about money. Ain't nobody raising no money.
Well, if you just came upon a GoFundMe, that is a lie. That's a lie.
Ain't nobody raising no money. There was a GoFundMe account. People, that has been long gone. They raised money. They went down there for his. I think it was for the 1-year anniversary of it. Nobody, you don't hear Miss Holden out here asking for money. She asking for justice for her daughter.
Whose name is on the GoFundMe, Detro?
Jacqueline Foley.
Wow.
It says, "Hi, my name is Jacqueline Foley. On September 25th, my only daughter was murdered as she slept in her bed. Neighbor claims he was cleaning his gun and bullet discharged. Ever since the tragedy, I have faced many obstacles of obtaining justice. The person that killed my daughter has been released on bond and has not been held accountable for his actions. I have reached out to attorneys, detectives, and media in search of someone that will aid in helping me access information and fight for justice so that my daughter's death isn't swept under the rug. Many of my questions for aid have been returned void. To seek justice, we will be faced with legal and traveling fees to be presented at each appointment. Any donation that can be offered is appreciated. We thank everyone that has supported my family thus far, but your continued help, prayers, and guidance are needed. And the donate and share button are still active."
You just told a lie.
The last donation was 5 months ago.
Mm. And to be honest, I'm gonna say this, y'all, because I don't want nobody to misinterpret. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the woman setting up a GoFundMe and asking for help. I think it's kind of sad that the crime happened in one state and she lives in another, because it does cost. Ask Jamila, she'll tell you. Our good sis Jamila, she has to travel. She had to travel, and she had to spend out money to make sure her daughter got justice. So I don't knock that. It's just, why lie about it? Why lie about it? Phil, you need to shut up.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not right. She is not out here asking for no money. And you don't hear me getting on here hollering, hit the cash app when I'm doing this. I don't do that. I want justice. I truly want justice.
Oh, it's the shame for me. I remember you saying 100 members, 200 members. Can I get 300 members? I heard you counting that.
Members equals money, ma'am.
I heard you talking about you was ready to retire again because your views was doing so good.
Come on.
Don't do that.
Come on.
Do you remember the video where she started counting, where she was actually
talking? Hit the cash app if you're able. If you want to bless the channel, hit the cash app.
But do you remember the video she did where she was actually telling everyone how much money she made off the videos? That was a good thing of change right there on that video. Oh, that's a good. And she was going over how much money.
She sure was. When she eat lunch or something,
but she never put a price on it. She just said a pretty little penny.
Yeah,
she was lying.
Pretty little. Yeah, she just kept saying a pretty little penny right there. Oh, that's a pretty little penny right there. Oh, that's a pretty little penny. And she just
going through the videos in her YouTube studio, talking about what she was making off those videos. Come on.
I just sent you the picture of the GoFundMe.
Thank you.
You want the link?
I do. I do. I might be putting up a couple of receipts in my next live.
Let me send you the receipt.
She would tell me, PP, don't you speak on my daughter ever again. And I would say, yes, ma'am, and move on.
I'll put it in the back chat.
Nobody asking for no money.
But you fussed at me for.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Troy.
Never mind. Forget it. She ain't talking about nothing.
The GoFundMe is in the back chat for you, Truth.
All right, thank you.
And I sent you a picture of the GoFundMe if you want to put that up. It's in your email.
Okay.
You too, Trent.
Asking for justice. We're asking for a court date. We asking why you didn't call the police, Maxwell, when you put that bullet through the wall right next to playing. Why are you playing with your gun in the middle of the night? Why are you cleaning your gun in your bed? What was your wife? What was you doing? We want answers.
Is he married?
I
Do
don't
anybody know?
I don't think he's married. I don't think he lives with anyone either.
Where did that come from?
I think he lives by himself. I don't see any report of a wife.
I hadn't seen a wife mentioned in any articles.
I'll do a background check on him.
All right, let me rewind that for that lie. We got to record all the lies.
Long gone. They raised money. They went down there for his. I think it was for the 1-year anniversary of it. Nobody, you don't hear Miss Foley out here asking for money. She asking for justice for her daughter. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not right. She is not out here asking for no money. And you don't hear me getting on here hollering, hit the cash app when I'm doing this. I don't do that. I want justice. I truly want justice. And if she thought I was doing that, she would tell me, PP, don't you speak on my daughter ever again. And I would say, yes, ma'am, and move on. Nobody asking for no money. We asking for justice. We asking for a court date. We asking why you didn't call the police, Maxwell, when you put that bullet through the wall right next to playing. Why are you playing with your gun in the middle of the night? Why are you cleaning your gun in your bed? What was your wife? What was you doing? We want it.
What was your wife? What was you doing? Where is their wife? I haven't heard. Why would you put out a lie? Is the man married? We will soon find out.
He's 22, and also our latest cult gear. Our leather pants has hit the Cash App on the left thigh.
And I appreciate that because I really do need people to hit the Cash App. Period. Not ashamed. I work hard. The fuck? You need to be saying, you know what, I'm gonna be quiet.
Answers.
Hold on.
We will not yield.
I gotta run, huh? Let me know when you're going live again on this. So
I will. It'll probably be tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be better prepared. I'll still be away, but I'll be able to sit down. I have my laptop.
Okay, I'm almost done though. It's 4:36. I'm gonna be off here in the next few minutes.
All right,
it's at 4:36.
Yeah, okay. I gotta run. Thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining. I appreciate it.
We want Ben Crump, and I don't see nothing wrong with asking for Ben Crump. Period.
Why isn't she asking for Ben Crump though?
Huh?
I'm asking, why isn't Miss Foley asking for Ben Crump? Why is Phyllis?
I don't know. I haven't. Have you seen anything where Miss Foley's been like visible or whatever?
Nope, but I remember her initially or early on saying that they had contacted Ben Crump and other attorneys.
So this is not her first time reaching out to Ben Crump?
Nope, I was about to get to that when Philly Phil hung up on me.
So let us know. Inform us.
Yeah, she said it before that she's reached out to Ben Crump and other people.
With no avail?
With no avail. And I guess Philly Phil thought she would be different because she said she a YouTuber.
Okay. Well, all right.
But calling for, a hate crime? Well, here's where I disagree with that. Now, if you want to Ben Crump, you should have got Ben Crump on this in the beginning. You can't wait.
We've been trying, Liz. We've been trying, Miss Liz. We've been trying. We've asked Roland Martin. We have been trying.
No, Roland
So maybe
Martin.
we just need more people.
Wait a minute.
Maybe we need more people to ask.
So you reached out to Roland Martin and that I ain't gonna say it. And he hasn't covered it. Roland Martin covers everything. I mean, I think Roland Martin covers things that don't need to be covered. I'm just saying. The True said, I forgot to mention that someone did leave a comment on the video. I sent you the text in the email, Truth and Money Boy. Okay, I'm gonna check it. All right.
we've been trying, honey. We didn't just start this yesterday. We ain't new to it. We true to it over here. And we don't mind taking a little help. For everybody that's in here, 108 people, it's not a whole lot. If you have connections, we need the connections. We need the help.
After the fact. Because he's you should have got Ben Crump on this in the beginning.
We tried. We've been trying.
Ben Crump would have told us exactly what I'm saying.
He's gonna tell you the exact same thing.
You know what? I gotta go cut this oven off. Hold on, guys.
There you go. She just admitted to it, Truth. She admitted that they tried to get Ben Crump already.
Yeah, she did. She did. I'm gonna mute it while she's playing her little promo thing, and we'll come back when she's done. Let me check my email and see if it's something I need to read from the Truth. Let's see.
You know, during this whole thing, she keeps saying justice, justice, justice. My thing is this: he's been arrested, he's been charged. They're just waiting on the court date. Now, what else is it that needs to be done? I'm really lost and confused on that.
That's what I'm saying, Fawn. That's what. Okay, she's back. Hold on. Let me cut it back on.
All right. Now, what was he saying? I don't know. What was he saying? I just don't get it. I don't understand why there's not videos about this every day. Every day. A young woman.
I know why. Can I answer Truth? Because you don't talk about it every day like you did Tim, Norm, and them. You could have been talking about this every day, but you've been choosing to talk about Tim Norman and Tyree Nicholas and them.
Sleeping in her bed, a bullet comes through the wall, takes her life. Her young son finds her deceased. The man that did it goes to work like nothing happened. It don't take a rocket scientist to figure that out.
But then who are you going to sue? Then you can ask the district attorney, why is it taking so long? But they'll come up with an answer to get you out of the face.
That's exactly what this should be all about. Why is it taking so long? Why has he not been to trial? But you know what?
Okay, we are doing that. Would anyone else like to join us in doing that?
I've seen cases like this take 3 and 4 years.
But Billy Bill, look how long it took Tim Norman's case.
Just because it took all those years, it doesn't mean Miss Michelle Griggs called every day. And that's what we're going to do for Miss Jackie Foley.
And Miss Michelle Griggs called every day, and it still took the time that it took. It took years. So what's your point? That should prove to you that even if you call every day, the date is going to be set when the date is set. So, which is more reason for you to shut the fuck up.
You should be sitting back and complaining because justice has not started rolling yet. That's what you should be complaining about, not making up hate crimes. Not claiming that this is a hate crime. Exactly.
She had nothing to say to that. When D True said something about you should be making up hate crimes, she's just sitting there shaking her head. She has nothing to say.
For lawyers to call this a hate crime.
Why wouldn't we want an attorney? Why wouldn't we want, if we could get Ben Crump, why wouldn't we want Ben Crump on this case? Why wouldn't we want Ben Crump on this case? Why wouldn't we?
That's irresponsible. And you know what's going to happen? If you keep saying things like this, and you keep shouting and screaming, and you keep telling the district attorney that you want this to be labeled a hate crime, he's going to stop listening to you. You know it all, don't you? He's just going to sit back and go, okay, I hear you. Okay. Because there's no possibility that you could make this a hate crime.
So you know everything about the case. You know everything that happened, right? We will get justice for Carlita. Watch. We will get justice for Carlita.
Wow.
With Ben Crump.
Wow.
There's nothing that was done.
How did you know that? Like, y'all see what I'm talking about when I talk about the false hope? Like, honestly, if the lady wants Ben Crump, I pray she get him. I don't know what he's going to be able to do, but I pray she gets him. But for her to sit up there and say, we will be doing this with Ben Crump, like, is that not like false hope? I mean, it's wishful thinking. But if you reached out to this man before and you're having to reach out to him again and they're not responding, what are the chances? That man comes around when it's a case to be, from my knowledge, from what I know about him, he always pops up when it's a case with somebody, whether it be a police department or anybody is liable to be sued. Hey, Chef. Truth and PP was on the panel together. Whoa, speak on facts, be true. No, that wasn't PP. PP is reacting to the Truth Live. That's Miss Lee is on the panel. Yeah.
That day that makes this a hate crime.
How? Were you there? Were you there? Were you there and we don't know about it? How do you know? We don't know what happened.
Were you there? And you're saying we don't know what happened. So just like he has his opinions, you have yours. So what makes your opinions outweigh his? So why are you crying? Why are you upset? Why are you mad? Because he said on his platform and stated his opinion, just like you're sitting on your platform stating yours. But see, the difference is, I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that go.
But we want answers. That's why we want him to have his day in court. How do you know?
It's coming, Philip. And you sitting on your platform pretending to be Captain Saberhole is not gonna make that court date come any quicker, ma'am. You calling Ben Crump is not going to make that court date come any quicker. Stop it. Stop it.
What happened?
He would have to be the smartest thief or criminal in the world to figure out that she's laying right here. If I shoot right here, I can't be an inch up or an inch down or I'm going to miss her.
Hello, baby.
This guy has to be a trick shot master in order to hit her the way he did. The bullets have a funny way of doing freak things. Like I said, Philly Phil is not doing any justice for Jackie Foley.
Well, then let me see someone else do it better. By all means, take the reins. Whoever, take the reins. Just do something.
Wow.
It's not about doing it better. Just do something.
Wow.
Just do something. I don't have to be the only one out here talking about it. Just do something. Damn.
I mean, like, honestly, like, what is we talking about it? Which I am going to talk about it just because you challenged us, right? But what is us talking about it going to do for the case, ma'am? Can you please make that shit make sense? Like, honestly, like, we could talk about it all day long, which I am, only because you challenged us, right? And I feel like you're a piece of crap, and I feel like you're a piece of shit, and I feel like you're tainting the case. But honestly, what does us talking about it gonna do for the case? We're not investigators. We're not attorneys. We're not witnesses. We're none of that. So what us talking about it, what is that gonna do for justice for Carlita?
Done. By sitting up here and riling people up, say it's a hate crime, you're not doing anything for Jackie Foley, but making a bunch of nonsense that people are going to stop looking at. So if anyone in the chat thinks if there's any possibility that this could be a hate crime, please call in. Enlighten me. Hey, yours truly. Thank you for coming.
No one called.
Enlighten me. Explain to me how this particular case, where a young man is in his apartment cleaning his gun, the gun goes off, one shot.
He doesn't call 911. He doesn't go over there and bang on the door and say, "Are you okay?" He just wakes up the next morning and goes about his merry little way.
And what makes it a hate crime because he does that? It makes it a crime, apparently, because he's charged. But where in that scenario that you just stated does it make it a hate crime? I'm gonna start right there, y'all. I'm gonna start right there. Yeah. I'm gonna start right there. Actually, is the live is an hour and 37 minutes. We're at the 43-hour mark, so I will be doing a part two on tomorrow. I will, and we're gonna finish this live up. We're gonna hear where Trey calls in, asks a pertinent question, and she literally hangs up the phone on Trey. Now, if she privates this live or deletes it, I won't have it because I'm not gonna take time out to I'm not gonna take time out to screen record it because if she privates the live, that right there will let us know a whole lot about what her agenda is. So I'm gonna take the chance of her leaving it up, and we're gonna finish it tomorrow. But right now we're gonna get off of here, okay? Um, I think Trey is Trey the only somebody left on the panel, and he's working. So Trey, you at work?
Possibly.
Oh God, I forgot you're incognito. Okay, so we're gonna get out of here, y'all. It's been almost 5 hours, and I can't believe it. It's like the 5 hours just flew by. I guess because I was enjoying this live so much. But I appreciate you all sticking in here with me, supporting this live. I got your message, Fawn. Thank you, boo. You good? Thank you so much for hitting the link and coming on the panel. I appreciate it. I do. So we're gonna get off here, y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. I love y'all. Thank y'all for supporting. Thank you for my moms that were in the chat. Shout out to the True Steppers and also my monetary contributors. I don't think Flexi had. Last I looked, Flexi didn't have anything scheduled. So be looking out for that. If she's gonna come live, she will put up a scheduled live. If not, I see y'all over at State Game later. I think Trey is going live at 9 Central, 10 Eastern. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good rest of the night at work, sweetie. Thank you, Mad. Thank you, Jamila. I thank all y'all for sticking in here with this live. And if this live was good for you, we'll be back tomorrow with more. So with that being said, I'm gonna get out for here, y'all. I wanted to do something, but my computer's acting stupid. If y'all would give me just a second, I want to do something before I got off, but I gotta reset my computer for me to do it. Trey, if you can talk at all, talk to them for a minute, and I'll be right back.
So fun. Are you getting ready for bed? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat in here. Let's see what y'all talking about. Keto, you laughing? I don't know it would. Hey Jamila. Hey Melissa. Tam. Mad. I want to answer for that too. For you getting ready for bed? It's 7 o'clock. with my tab, so it's probably later where you at. You know, y'all old people get ready for bed at like 5 while y'all watching the news. Hey, love, baby. Oh, Philly Phil, you been busy out here in these YouTube streets, ma'am. Hmm, 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 hmm. I know what you did last summer, Philly Phil. I do. Y'all ain't saying nothing in the chat. I'm trying to Michael Stovall y'all. I got nothing. Other than y'all heard her hang up on me when I called. That was a trolling clip for the ages in Philly Field since you didn't capitalize off of it. I did. Should have did it first. Um, and yeah, my videos are still up about that whole Carlita Foley incident where she came in. She came in like on some rah rah stuff. So that's when the disrespect came in because she walked in my house and disrespected me. But I don't think I didn't call her out her name or anything like that. I just, I got a tongue on me. And then I told her initially, I ain't gonna not talk about you. I'm gonna do the opposite because you came in here rah rah. But then I changed my mind. Jamila says she going to bed.
Okay,
You
y'all.
old too, Jamila, so that's understandable.
Don't call Jamila old. Stop it. I done told you about old shaming. Stop it. Y'all ignore Trey. All right, I'm gonna
What
play this.
drink made you sleepy?
Who drank a drink that made them sleepy?
E. Brooks.
Oh God, ain't no telling. I'm gonna do this dedication, y'all. Then we're gonna get off of here, okay? All right, here we go. Thank y'all so much for joining. Here we go. Though I'm missing you, although I find a way to get through. I'll find a way living without you. 'Cause you were my sister, my strength, and my pride. Only God may know why. Still, I will get by. All right, y'all. I just wanted to do that dedication um for Carlita. I noticed y'all on her birthday. Looks like Carlita was born, even if it was May 11th. I don't know if Mother's Day fell on that day that year, but I do know May 11th is around Mother's Day because my mother's birthday is May 6th and around that, and my grandmother's is the week before her, so it always, that May 11th Mother's Day always fall close to that day. So yeah, she was a Mother's Day gift to her mom. So I do want to reiterate something I stated at the beginning of this live, that I am in no way attacking Miss Jacqueline Foley. I have empathy and sympathy for that woman. I know exactly how she's feeling, and I respect how she's feeling. I do have an issue with people that I feel like may be playing on her top or feeding her, false hopes in order to further their agenda. So, and I will speak out about it, and nobody's gonna stop me from doing it. I have my opinion. So with that being said, thank y'all for supporting this live. I appreciate it. Can y'all please send up a prayer for Miss Foley and Carlita's family, that they will be able to continue to exist without her. It's hard when you lose loved ones, and I know y'all in this chat could agree. So, with that being said, we're going to get off here. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. I will see y'all later on this evening and also early tomorrow morning. With that being said, Trey, you want to say anything before we get off? Trey might be gone.
Nope.
Okay, great. All right, I'll see you later, Trey. All right, I'll see y'all later. I love y'all, true sippers. And thanks for the support. I appreciate it. All right, y'all. Y'all be good. Love you, Jamila. Love all of y'all.